This is the irony of it all, and this is the trap. The Europeans began to manipulate history when they rose and began to expand into the broader world in the 15th and the 16th century because they had to justify the slave trade and they had to justify the colonial system that followed. And modern racism has its incubation in that period. You cannot enslave a man and say he's a human being, but he has humanity. Black people have never written any definitions of race, any definitions of what are people. They have never said that these people with these kind of traits belong here. Because modern racism had its development in the pseudo-scientific development of intellectual Europe after the 15th century. And they began to say that certain kind of people belong to certain kind of race, and they created the concept of race and racism itself.
You're saying, in essence, that there's no such thing as a race.
Oh, I maintain that race is the phoniest issue ever invented by the mind of man. European invented, developed the concept of race. There's really no such thing as a race because nature created no races. Race is a man-made thing.
Could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. Black in itself is not an ethnic term. Black tells you how you look, but it don't tell you who you are. We are essentially an African people. Wherever we live on this earth, we're essentially an African people. And we relate to the millions of African people throughout the world, including the uncounted millions of Africans in Asia. The word Afro-American or African-American would probably be more appropriate and more honest and more in keeping with what we actually are. Because all of us are not positively, physically, real jet black. And so the argument now sometimes is between the supernationalists and the mild nationalists and blacker than thou. When blackness is a state of mind, a state of attitude, a state of approach to things that can exist in almost any of us, including from the blonde black person to the jet black. And the jet black can be traitors, and they can be patriarchs. They can be a whole lot of it. See, we've been everything in history from saint to buffoons. We are complete people, and we need to start looking at ourselves as a complete people. And I think that once we convinced ourselves that we're black and beautiful, we'll stop saying it and just go ahead and be black and beautiful and release a whole lot of energy for more important things.
Could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important.
Well, all right. Peace, ETM Hotep. Welcome to the Sesh channel. This is your brother Wujau Medew Edi Ma'at, along with Sanet Imikat Aku Kinshaya Kinyi. So we are at it again. This is part 2 of commentary on the interview that Brother Garfield and Ankh did with Dr. Peter J. Brand. All right. This is, as I said, this is part 2. We made an attempt earlier to go live and do a full video, but under the circumstances of nature, I'm trying to battle nature with the thunderstorm that came through, and it knocked the power out in the entire neighborhood twice. So we were definitely unsuccessful at doing a complete video, a complete live stream, and giving the commentary on the entire interview. So we were forced to cut it. We didn't cut it, but nature said, "Hey, we're gonna cut you down." So here we are. We're doing part 2. So we're gonna pick up where we left off, and actually, we did it twice earlier. We went live right at the start of the thunderstorm, and then we were cut off and started all over again, and then we were cut off. So our restart actually ended up being an hour long. So for this part two, we're going to pick up where we left off. All right. So with that being said, just want to kind of buy a little bit of time for anyone who is interested, and hopefully people will make their way back from the earlier show. Come on back and continue the discussion with giving a commentary. All right. So I'm buy a little bit of time. Now, while I'm buying time, I guess what I can do is I will do a quick short recap of what was discussed in part one. But make sure you watch part one. Okay, make sure you watch part one. It's only an hour long. It being split like this, it's a little bit funny, but we have to deal with it. All right, so make sure you watch part one. So to recap on part one, well, let me tell you the format. So this will be my second commentary, stab at giving commentary on an interview. The first one I did was Dr. Jonathan Winterman with Ankh and Garfield, interviewing him, and I gave commentary on that, and that's also on our channel. So this one is no different, and what I do is I play the video and pause it and give commentary, where I feel it's necessary. Now, the original interview is 2 hours long, and so to prevent from making these videos a lot longer than that, I am going to skip. I took some highlighted timestamps on this interview where I feel that some things need to be some elaborated on or commentary given, and I'll do that. But I also encourage everyone to watch the full interview. All right, it's on Brother Garfield podcast YouTube channel, and you'll see it when I share it again. So to give a recap, I played the beginning of the interview, and the points that I paused it at and made commentary on was basically Brother Ankh and Garfield showed Dr. Brand a glyph of the word Kemet, but it was with the I6 glyph, the owl, bread loaf, seated man, squatting woman, and the triple stroke determinative. So, and they asked him, what does this mean? What is his thoughts on it and everything like that? And so one of the things I pointed out is that Dr. Brand was unfamiliar with that word to the point where he wasn't sure if it was an actual original Egyptian word, attested word, or was it something that somebody made up using a software like Sesh where you can use the glyphs and spell out anything. Okay, so he wasn't sure. And because he wasn't sure, I made a suggestion, and this goes for anybody who does anything like this in the future. When you're interviewing someone and you want quality and fruitful conversation out of it, and to pull, a nice concentration of good quality information, it's always good to show them things or give them as much information as you can ahead of time, so that when they speak on it, they're speaking from, all different angles, and it can give you a lot of information on things. So in this instance, it was clear that that wasn't done. And so a lot of time in the beginning was Dr. Brand just basically kind of guessing or assuming things and giving possibilities and things, and not anything really meaty. So with that particular word, he gave two possibilities of a translation. And he said that it could be translated as black people, or those who are black, or it could be translated as those of the black land, the inhabitants of the black land. And so he gave those possibilities several times. And he also made it clear that he feels and he leans towards the most likely correct translation would be those of the black land and not black people or those who are black in terms of skin color and things like that. So that was his that was his thoughts on it. All right. Then later on, he found the word in the Faulkner dictionary. He found the word in the Faulkner dictionary, and he doubled down on his thoughts of the likely translation, that it being those of the black land, which is to say Egyptians. You know, when you say Egyptians, like if I say Canadians, we're saying those of Canada, or we're saying the inhabitants of Canada. If we say Americans, the inhabitants of America. All right. So when you see Egyptians, it's saying the inhabitants of Egypt. And so that's what he was saying, that he feels that the word is translated to. Now, what I also made a comment on is from our show from last night. The brother Shaka Ndugu Kemet was, he said he did a show that Dr. Peter J. Brand vindicated Dr. Shekanta Diop by saying that the word means black people, and he translated it as black people. And so he's, you know, popping bottles and celebrating that Dr. Brand translated it that way, which is a vindication of Diop's claim. And so what I pointed out, though, is that people that do that, I refer to them as anachronists, people who violate or you know, doing anachronistic things with history and historical information and things like that. And it produces a bias and cherry picking, which clearly the brother Shaka Ndugu Kemet has done. So he took everything that Dr. Brand said and only went with the one possibility when Dr. Brand clearly gave both every time he made mention of it. And he even said that he leaned towards it not being black people or those who are black, but rather the inhabitants of the black land or those of the black land. So I found that very interesting and revealing. So that's pretty much where we are. And then he made mention of the word remich, but he said romachet, which is, and I explained that some scholars will pronounce words differently, depends on, you know, who you speak to. And I gave the example of Aminet versus Ament for the word west. Different scholars will pronounce these things differently. But in the case of Dr. Brand, he was saying the word romachet. He was saying it's the plural of remich. And he's familiar with the word remich, but he feels that romachet is the plural form of it. So I shared an article where an analysis was done on the word throughout its use and comparing with other words that go through orthographic changes, and where the finding is that the word romachet is not an actual word. Okay, so I shared that earlier, and you all can check that out. And I believe that's pretty much where we left off. All right, so I'm going to pick up from there, and then we're going to keep it moving. So hopefully, shout out to everyone who's tuned in. You know, I see we have the brother Jehudi Ma'at in the building. Alexis is in the building. Sister Mika, still Mika 1, not Mika 2. And the brother Donnie Williams. So whoever else is in the chat, make yourself known so that I can see that you are hanging out and present. All right. So I'm going to continue. And I may have forgotten a few other things that I may have said, but definitely check out. It was an hour long, so you can definitely check out the video. But for now, we are going to get into continuing this video. All right, let me get this set up. Should have had this already set up. I'm going to share the screen. And again, you know, I'm going to share the screen, play, pause when I need to give some commentary. So here we are. So you see the title. It's on the Brother Garfield podcast YouTube channel. It's entitled Ankh and Garfield Interviews Dr. Peter James Brand, Sheikh Anta Diop, Kemet, Dynastic Egypt. So I always encourage people to watch those full videos. So I left it where I left off, which I'm only at the almost at the 15-minute mark. So you see that I'm only 15 minutes into the interview, but my video, which is part 1 now, is an hour long. And so that's what I mean. I'm trying to keep this as condensed as I can. So I'll only pause and give commentary when I feel it's necessary. And plus, I'm going to be skipping around. I'm going to skip a couple of things. All right. So here we go. Now, mind you, I can see the chat. I have my iPad open and I can see the chat. But so that I can, keep this video condensed as possible, although I see the chat, if you have any questions, make sure you type at the Seshu. But please limit your question to this video and what I'm doing. Okay? Don't ask me about a totally different topic. Not now. I always welcome questions, but let's keep it on point and keep it to this topic here and what you're hearing in this interview or anything that I say about the interview. All right? So let's do that, and hopefully we'll get through this. So here we go.
Common way to express the word for Egyptians. The other question is there any other evidence that they saw themselves as black as opposed to, or how were they thinking of themselves, or how they're depicting themselves? And what?
So wait a minute. I'm going to rewind it back just a little bit, so we may have so we can create a little bit of overlap from the last video, from the part 1. All right, because I think this part is important because Diop is brought up, as you can see even in the title of this video, and then last night with the brother Shaka Ndugu Kemet, he was saying that Dr. Brand vindicates Diop, and we're gonna see just how untrue that is. But Dr. Brand is actually presenting the same questions that Diop has in the UNESCO book, in Diop's book, where he asks questions like, in what ethnic grouping did the ancient Egyptians place themselves? How did the ancient Egyptians see themselves? And those kind of questions, 3 questions, and we went over it last night. Okay. And so Dr. Brand here is going to kind of repeat those questions, not exactly the same exact wording, but very similar. And then he's, so we'll see what those answers are in this conversation. So I backed it up a little bit. I'm gonna hit play, see where we at.
Occurs, and there's only one attestation. Now that doesn't mean there's only one time in Egyptian history.
Okay, hold up. I'm gonna have to bring it back a little more because I think I went too far forward. Actually, let's see.
Translating it as the black people, as opposed to the people of the black land. That you gave a great explanation of why it would be that. So as you translate text,
yes,
what are you relying on to get the best translations that will fit the indigenous people and their mindset? What are you using to actually get the spirit of what you think they were saying?
Well, I would say it was based on the context where the usual term for Egypt is, which is.
Now I have to pause it here because this is pretty much where I left off in part 1, and this deserves repeating. So you hear what he just said. Ankh asked him the question as a translator, when you're translating text and you run across words or whatever, he was saying because he was saying that there's 2 possible renderings. Now, mind you, Dr. Brand didn't know if this was an actual real word or not, but Ankh asked him, as you're translating, what's that process? How do you choose which interpretation to go with? And so Dr. Brand said context, and that's very, very key. And everyone should know that context matters, that words don't exist on an island among themselves. out there in the universe. All right, they're attached to a stream of other words, a syntactic environment, the whole nine. And he also said, which is key in this particular case, he said that where you would normally find the place name Kemet, or the kingdom, or the place of Kemet, Egypt. And so that is also a big indicator. And so now we're going to see what he's saying here,
which is consistently referred to as the Black Land. And the most common expression for the people of Egypt would be it's much more they're much more frequently referred to as the Romachet and Kemet, the people of Kemet, referring to the Black Land, or simply as just the people. For instance, this particular writing, which we just saw, if you look up in Faulkner, this dictionary, he gives you references to where the text occurs. And there's only one attestation. Now, that doesn't mean there's only one time in Egyptian history they ever used this term. But as far as we can tell, it wasn't the most common way to express the word for Egyptians. The other question is there any other evidence that they saw themselves as black, as opposed to, or how were they thinking of themselves, or how are they depicting themselves? And how are we defining ethnicity among the Egyptians as opposed to other foreign peoples? So again, in the way Egyptians depict themselves in art, they depict themselves with a variety of skin tones. Some of them are dark brown, and others are represented with this sort of reddish brown color. When you see the way they depict Nubians, for instance, sometimes they're shown with jet black skin, but they can also be shown with brown or dark brown skin. When they show people from Asia, in other words, from like what we would call Canaan or Syria, as well as Libya, they show them sometimes what we would consider to be white or Caucasian skin, but they also show them with yellow skin.
Okay.
The other thing we have to think about is that color, including skin color, also has symbolic meaning. So they're not necessarily in art showing the skin color of individuals, including also gods, by the way, in terms of what we might call, accuracy to show what somebody actually looks like, but more for symbolic reasons. So, for instance, the way that men and women are shown in Egyptian art, it is not always different, but is often different for reasons that are still debated. But for instance, very often women in Egyptian art are shown with a lighter skin tone, which again sometimes can be what essentially looks to us as quote unquote Caucasian or white, sort of a kind of beige or creamy color, but also can be shown with yellow skin. Whereas other times they can occasionally be shown with the same kind of reddish brown skin that men are commonly shown. Whereas men are uniformly shown with, darker skin tones, either with a brown colored skin or with a reddish brown skin. Now, when you see women that are shown with yellow skin, if you took that literally, you would have to conclude that there was an epidemic of cirrhosis of the liver or hepatitis, because there were all these women with yellow skin. That must mean they have liver disease. Now, obviously, that's not the case. You have to conclude that yellow skin color is, at the very least, symbolic, but you can't take it literally. Likewise, when you see Asiatic people that are shown with yellow skin, it doesn't mean, again, that they have liver problems, but in fact, it may be symbolic of the idea that they were considered effeminate by the Egyptians. So again, skin color can also have symbolic meaning. And I think that because if you actually look at Egypt today, and I have no reason to believe this was different in ancient Egyptian times.
Okay.
The Egyptians have varieties of skin color. Some people
Absolutely.
are very light, some people are very dark, with every shade of color in between. Although most Egyptians are darker skinned than so-called white or Caucasian people.
Okay.
In, although you do see people that are very pale skinned, you see people that range in color from various brown shades to people that are extremely dark skinned in Egypt. And I think this, and we can also see this in some ancient Egyptian mummies, as well as I say, in the modern Egyptian population. And I think basically, although there have been all kinds of different groups of people who have migrated to Egypt over the past 2 or 3 thousand years,
Mm.
just the fact that when you walk around Egypt today, you will see people in Egypt that I swear look like ancient Egyptian statues. The idea that somehow, I mean, I've seen Ramses and Tutankhamun and Old Kingdom pharaohs walking around Egypt today and said, "Oh my God, that person looks like Ramses II. Oh my God, that person looks like King so and so from the fourth dynasty of Egypt that built a pyramid." The idea that like the ancient Egyptian population has completely disappeared from the modern bloodlines of Egypt is just nonsense. I mean, I've seen these people that look like old kingdom statues and things like that, and so I have no reason to believe that the population of Egypt has changed that much. Uh, and again, these modern Egyptians, who I think are very much like their ancient ancestors, a lot of them would have come in a variety of shades of skin tone, and
Yeah.
I think that the Egyptians chose to represent themselves in a uniform way in art to distinguish themselves from foreign peoples. But either way, that they were kind of stereotyping themselves and other foreign peoples.
Okay, so a lot was said, and I just wanted to pause it here, make a couple of comments that, and then kind of summarize what he was saying. So basically, in ancient times, he's saying that as far as skin color is concerned, there was a wide variety of skin shades of color, from light to dark, and he was saying that that's what he sees over there in Egypt today. So that ratio or of that gradient of from light to dark existed in ancient times, and a gradient from light to dark exists today. And so obviously you heard him say that when he's over there, he sees people that remind him of Ramses II, somebody from the fourth dynasty, he was saying, and so on and so forth. Another highlight that was said, now mind you, so as I'm listening to this, and when I hear, same thing with Dr. Winterman, which is the commentary I gave before, and now that I'm listening to Dr. Brand here, a lot of things that these experts are saying are things that we have said for years, way before now, and for years. And so last time when I was doing commentary on Dr. Winterman, I was saying he's preaching to the choir as far as I'm concerned. Like, a lot of things that we've said, he's saying the same thing. And I like to point that out because for some reason, there's an emphasis on the experts and the PhD holders and experts and experts and experts. And so what I find in hindsight, I'm looking back, and it's almost to the point. It almost gets to the point sometimes where you can say, well, now that the expert said what I said, now you're gonna believe it. And I don't think that that's a good position to be in for anyone. I think that's like a really a kind of like a cop out position. It's a dependency position when you have to rely so heavily on somebody else's mind and not your own to be able to discern. Granted, we all have to defer to experts, and they're experts for a reason, and people get training for a reason. And so it's reasonable to defer to experts. But the difference in why I'm pointing it out, and in my opinion, I think that the wrong thing is being advocated and highlighted and encouraged. And that is to rely too heavily upon somebody else's mind, such as experts and things, instead of trying to learn to discern for yourself. And I know that takes time, and that takes thinking and reading and studying and stuff like that. And maybe people don't have time to do that, or maybe people are not capable of doing it. Either way, but I think that that's the better thing to advocate and to push. I believe in deferring to experts when necessary, but I am against the over dependency on experts to actually think for you. To the point where, and let me just give you a quick example. If you have to totally depend, and you're in a state of dependency, so much so that you go to one expert, and they give you, you ask a question and they give you an answer A. Then you go to another expert, ask them the same question, and they give you the answer of B. Now you're stuck in a situation where you've consulted with two experts, but the two experts don't agree with each other. One is saying A, the other one is saying B. So where does that leave you? If you continue to be in a state of dependency, you're stuck. You might as well not ask anything, because you're still confused. You got two different answers and you don't know which one is true. Only one could be the true, or neither one. And so that's not the position to advocate for. And so I just wanted to point that out, that you, when you hear me talk about stuff like that, you always hear me advocating for learning to discern, to read books, actually read. Don't just Google something or use ChatGPT just to find some little surface thing to continue an argument online and on YouTube. That's not the way that we should be moving forward. All right. So I just wanted to kind of point all those things out.
Sort of as a way for, stereotyped kind of identification. This is the way a Nubian is supposed to look like. This is the way an Egyptian is supposed to look like. This is the way an Asiatic is supposed to look like. This is the way a Libyan is supposed to look like, even though there was great variety among the Egyptians and probably other foreign peoples.
That was a great explanation. It was very thorough. Put my screen on there real quick. I just want people.
But I want to make another comment that also with what Dr. Brand is saying is something, I definitely agree with him, and it's something that I've been saying for since forever, which is I also encourage people that if you're going to discuss the Egyptian artwork, don't take it for granted. Actually study it. Actually get books on the Egyptian artwork. There's a couple of authors I gave over the years. I believe one last name is Davies. He's a very, very popular Egyptologist or something dealing with Egyptology, but he's so popular that I could just say his last name, Davies. You just Google Davies and Egyptian art, and you're going to see his name all over the place. Same thing with Fisher and a couple of more that I'll probably dig up before we end the show. But study the artwork, study the scribal canon, study, what the scribes did, the different hierarchy and layers of responsibilities that different people had to carve the glyphs within a tomb, to do the statues, to write out various different papyri and things like that. Learn about the process and learn about the scribal canons and the colors that they used, why they used it, and the process. That will definitely help out with a lot of these different conversations. So I say that to say that in the scribal canon, the visual artwork, what Dr. Brand is saying about the stereotype, the ancient Egyptians chose key elements of different people to create this caricature, the stereotypic caricature of themselves and of the people that they were familiar with, such as the Nehisiu, aka the Nubians, the Amu, aka the Asians, the Chemehu and the Chehinu, aka the Libyans, and then the Remech, they themselves. And so they selected and highlighted certain elements that they can create a stereotype imagery of, and then let that represent the collective of the foreign neighbors or themselves, etc. So, for example, the Nehisiu, they highlighted the dark skin. That's why the Nehisiu are for the most part painted with darker pigment than everybody else, if they're going to show different human beings in these different scenes that you see on the walls, etc., etc. The Nubians or the Nehisiu are usually the darkest. Then also with the Nehisiu, aka Nubians, you'll have the stereotypic looped earring. You'll have the short, tightly curled or coiled hair. You'll see jewelry on the armbands and things like that. What else you see? You'll see the way that they carve the cheeks, where they definitely define the cheeks. If you look at an Egyptian caricature versus a Nubian caricature, a headshot, you'll see the Egyptian face is smooth. But if you look at the Nubian Nehisi person of Nehisi, you'll see that their cheeks are outlined and there's lines drawn in the cheeks to show that, these exaggerated cheekbones and high cheeks, the lips and so on and so forth. So, and then among the Amu, they will highlight the hairband. They will highlight the sideburns coming into a pointy beard and things like that. As far as the Libyans, people of the West, they would highlight the side lock that has a curve at the bottom. Looks like the letter J. And then some of them have feathers coming out their head. And they also have the sideburns coming to a pointy beard. So and then something with the dress. So they'll pull out a stereotypic element from the way they dress, a stereotypical element of an average skin tones and things, some jewelry, even weaponry, so on and so forth. So keep all that stuff in mind. And there's books out there that explains all of this in a very organized way, very informative, and I encourage people to definitely get those books. And maybe we could pull up some before we end the show.
Peter, to take a look at this real fast. I'm not sure if you can see this text right here. It's actually entitled Ethnic Identity in the Land of the Pharaohs.
Yes.
Past, present, and approaching Egypt. Is that a good book? Because I've read that. Is that would you recommend that?
Yeah, I haven't read the whole thing. It's a recent book, and I know the guy who wrote it.
Okay.
Yes, I think, it's a recent study, yes. And he's trying, just to give some framework, and I've looked at this. One of the things that Egyptologists have been, basically fighting against and trying to get away from is that 100 years ago, I teach a course called Egyptian Historiography, where we look at how Egyptologists and how modern historians write about the ancient Egyptian past. And 100 years ago, there's no question that Egyptology 100 years ago in the late 1800s and the early 1900s were like most of society, if not all of society, openly and blatantly racist, certainly from our perspective, although they didn't think of themselves that way. But I mean, by modern terms, it was just openly racist. And there was even what we would call today, scientific racism.
Absolutely.
And what is today considered pseudoscience. But some of the great Egyptologists, even some of the founders of scientific approaches to archaeology,
breasted in them.
Mm-hmm. Flinders Petrie, in terms of his approach to dating pottery, is still considered scientifically, basically, although it's been improved, scientifically sound. Okay. But his ideas about the racial components of Egyptian society, and his theories about how Egyptian civilization rose because basically, to put it crudely, smart white European people invaded and took over from the native dumb black population that hadn't made it out of the Stone Age, is like not only utterly racist and scientifically completely false, but I mean it's just stupid. But I mean,
Okay, I have to pause here. Just make a quick comment. The book that Ankh is asking Dr. Brand about, that's the same book that we had a book club, and we did a book club read through some years back. I think it was maybe 3 years ago now, that we selected that book and did a book club read through where we collectively got together and read through the whole book from cover to cover. And it's an excellent book. I would recommend everyone gets it. It's part of a series of books. And maybe before we close the show, I'll pull up the whole collection, and I encourage everyone to get them all. And they're also available on Kindle, so it makes it easy. If you have an iPad or a tablet, you can read it in your Kindle reader. But it's an excellent series of books. It's up-to-date scholarship, and they tackle some very good, interesting questions. That particular book is very good. It's written by Yerosh Maddock, and it's Ethnic Identities in the Land of the Pharaohs. Excellent. And what Dr. Brand is doing, he said he didn't read the whole book, but he's actually talking about in the beginning of the book where Maddock, the author Maddock, is giving a review on the racial tone of early Egyptology and how they looked at the ancient Egyptians. And that's exactly what he was talking about. Petrie and some other folks were definitely had some racist injections into the scholarship at that time. And so all these things are pointed out within the book.
I mean, ever since at least the 1960s, new generations of archaeologists and anthropologists put these kind of old racist, but also scientifically, false ideas to bed, and nobody believes them anymore in the scientific or in the Egyptological community. To some extent, doesn't completely down, or at least the bad reputation that it's had hasn't always trickled down. And I think, in many ways, African American community Afrocentrist approach are still sort of holding white Egyptology to account for the sins of our ancestors from 100 years ago, thinking that we still buy into this crap.
Now that's important. That's important to pause here for a second. And this is something that I said. I said a whole lot recently, but I've been saying it for a long time, that the fight has really been over. Like, anybody who studies Egyptology today or in recent times, you're going to come to the realization that the mothers and fathers of Egyptology, Egyptology gets its starts in the early 1800s, right? With the decipherment, Champollion and his contemporaries. That's the birth of Egyptology. All of those early Egyptologists were pretty much racist. They had pseudoscientific ideas within the scholarship, racist ideologies within the scholarship, okay? Hands down. We all know this, and it's blatant. But as Dr. Brand said, over time, in the more present day, and he was saying ever since the late in the 60s, 1960s, when it comes to Egyptology and things, that a lot of those things were put to rest. It was like put to the side and actually rebutted, refuted. And so if you think about it, if he's correct about around the 1960-ish time period, that leads you into the time period of 1970s, where we have the 1974 Cairo Symposium, the famous symposium that everybody makes reference to, dealing with Dr. Theophilo Benga and Sheikh Anta Diop, with the question about, I guess, the race of the ancient Egyptians and things centered around that. And so from that point up until now, what he's saying right here, right now, the last thing he said was that people in the Afrocentric community are still holding Egyptologists, especially white or European Egyptologists, holding them to, as he put it, the sins of those early Egyptologists, as if the current Egyptologists still buy into that. I believe he used the word crap or whatever, still buy into that stuff. And so this is something that I've been emphasizing lately, is that you got the trophy. And he's going to continue to say something else that I said, that there's an overcompensation of pushback, where on the quote unquote Afrocentric side, people are now being just as guilty as the Eurocentric side and the racist side on that side. But it's the opposite. People want to make everything black, from the Olmecs being black to King James to Santa Claus to Jesus to Buddha. Everybody has to be black, and there's an overcompensation because quote unquote blackness was marginalized through the racist ideologies of early Egyptology and just anthropology in general, as if you really look at it. So we got to keep all this stuff in mind, and you're going to hear him say that. But I just wanted to highlight that he's echoing and saying the same things that we've been saying.
We moved on. I mean, these theories, I'm 56 old, but these theories were obsolete before I was born. And now, as I say, as social justice and social, civil rights is moving, and even, and of course, as more and more progressive politics, etc., has even more and more taken over in academia. Somebody like Urus Madic has even become more, if you will, progressive, and even challenging things that were from my generation and my professor's generation, and is moving even beyond further into this. And when
So I got to pause that. He mentioned the author I just said, Urus Madic, and he's saying that he's even progressing further by challenging even people in his generation. So, and he's the author of the book that I just said, Ethnic Identities in the Land of the Pharaohs. There's a whole series of those. So just keep all this stuff in mind. And so you can see that if you are informed, and if you are a reader and studier, you're a student of this information, you're gonna be aware. You're gonna keep your finger on the pulse and be aware of these things. So and you'll see how and why there's a bit of frustration when people want to bring up these old ideas that are no longer held on to, but they bring them up and argue against them as if they are still held on to. And this goes for both sides. And so me, myself personally, I call both sides of those camps anachronists, people who try to whitewash Egypt and apply the social construct of race in that direction, and then even on the other side, people want to blacken out everything and apply the modern social construct in that way. All of that is sad and bad, and we shouldn't be doing that. All right, so I'm just let it keep on playing.
he writes his book, is trying to go even more cutting to new wave of challenging even ideas that were current in the 1980s about ethnicity and race, and all that, trying to weigh ideas that were still considered valid 30 years ago, and challenging ethnicity.
Your internet is going in and out.
Hey, Peter,
Oh,
Peter,
yeah,
hold on 1 second.
Like black, white. That's kind of, I'm trying to get them to stop using the racialized terms like black and white. Like indigenous Africans, or deal with the ethnicity and what they thought.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, it just circled in and out. Well, I can just try to go back, but I'm not sure why this keeps happening. Well, as I was saying, 100 years ago, you had essentially, white academia, like most white society was essentially race. And there was even a form of what we call scientific racism, where the scientific theories that are put forward were openly racist. And somebody like the great archaeologist William Flinders Petrie, and although his theories about dating pottery are still considered racist, of how we archaeologically based on pottery are still sound. Ideas, for instance, about the or ethnic identity of different peoples in Egypt and other foreign peoples. He had this idea that if you put it simply, it amounts to that Egypt's civilization arose from prehistory because of part white Europeans invaded Egypt and took over from the unintelligent black population.
Okay, so he's basically repeating himself, so I'm going to skip a little forward because he had internet issues and he's gone back to kind of repeat himself. And like I said, I don't want to make this video longer than it has to be because I am going to pause every now and then and give some commentary. All right, so I'm going to skip forward. I believe it's to the 29-minute mark here, and we're going to let it play.
It was more about who they saw themselves in terms of what we might call their ethnicity, which wasn't so much about race as it was about culture. To be Egyptian, it didn't matter what your skin color was. It was about, did you speak the Egyptian language? Did you follow Egyptian cultural ways? So they didn't look down on the Nubians or the Libyans or the Canaanites because of the color of their skin or their physical appearance. They looked down on them because they didn't speak Egyptian, because they didn't dress like Egyptian, because they didn't follow cultural norms. But if somebody from Syria or somebody from Nubia came to Egypt and they adopted Egyptian cultural norms, they spoke Egyptian and dressed like Egyptian, they were Egyptian.
So that deserves a pause here. So everything he just said echoes the things that we've been saying for years about what makes a people a people. Remember, I always word it that way. What makes a people is not your DNA or anything like that. It's the self-collective identity. And it has to do with what we call today ethnicity, which relies heavily on the cultural items which are important to that same collective. And a very, very important element would be the language, speaking the same language, et cetera, et cetera. So he's echoing these same sentiments that we've been saying in terms of what makes an Egyptian and how they saw themselves versus the others. It's like us versus them and whoever their neighbors were and things of that nature. All right, so, keep all that stuff in mind. And I'm sure any of y'all been hanging out on our channel over the years and things like that. When you hear him say this, I know you're already familiar with what he's saying because you've heard it said over and over again on this channel at the very least.
Regardless of what their skin color was or even necessarily where they came from. And foreign peoples, unless they were brought by force, as prisoners of war, somehow emigrated to Egypt, they would become, especially after a few generations, regardless of what their ultimate origins were and their appearance. But if they didn't essentially assimilate, then they would remain foreigners. And the Egyptians, there were always new peoples coming by choice or by force to Egypt, but they would assimilate, if not, in one generation, then after multiple generations, or even after the second generation. And so again, it wasn't about what we would call race or their physical appearance. It was more about culture. But the Egyptians were definitely cultural chauvinists. They looked down on people because they weren't Egyptian, but not because of what they looked like or what we would call race.
So you all heard he doubled down on that. And I do see a comment, Black Alchemy is coming into the comment section pretty hot, right? So I see a comment we said, that's not what he said culture. And that's exactly what I've been saying for years. So Black Alchemy, if that comment is directed to what I was just saying, Dr. Brand and I are saying the same thing. He's wording it a little bit different than me, but we're saying the same thing. It wasn't about race. That's an anachronistic thing to do, and that shouldn't be done. In the Egyptians' mind, it was all about culture. I always say culture is paramount. culture is paramount. And within the cultural elements, because culture is not just culture itself, there are several different elements that make a culture a culture. And one of the top important elements of culture that's an element of distinction is language, the language you speak. Okay, so these are all the things that people are all too familiar with, that are familiar with me and familiar with this channel, et cetera, over the years. That's the point I was making. All right, I'm gonna let it continue.
Now, one of the other things that more recent research, there's a fellow, and maybe you know him sometime. His name is Stuart Tyson Smith, who has been looking at the concept of cultural and ethnic identity, looking at Egypt and its empire in Nubia during the New Kingdom, and Cushites and Egypt as they were in contact with one another. And he talks about, and I think this is interesting too, is how ethnic identity, and he doesn't really talk so much about race as ethnic identity,
Correct.
As how that can flexible and perspective. And he gives an example named Hecate. This man Hecanefer is sort of an official of the Egyptian Empire based in Nubia, and Hecanefer considers himself to be Egyptian. He's of Nubian birth, but in his tomb in Nubia, he depicts himself as a typical Egyptian. He shows himself with red skin. He has an Egyptian name. Hecanefer is an Egyptian name, and he depicts himself as an Egyptian, but he's an imperial official in Nubia, and his boss is the viceroy of Nubia, who's an Egyptian official, who has a tomb in Thebes from the time of King Tutankhamun. And in this tomb, he shows a scene where Nubian dignitaries are coming to pay tribute to the pharaoh Tutankhamun. And labeled among the officials that are coming, or the grandees who are coming to pay homage and pay their tribute of gold and other luxury goods to the pharaoh, is a figure labeled as Hecanefer, is shown as a typical Nubian with black skin, in Nubian dress and with a Nubian hairstyle, and it's the same guy. So in Nubia, in his own tomb, Hecanefer depicts himself as a typical Egyptian with reddish skin and an Egyptian costume, claiming to be an Egyptian. But in his boss's tomb in Egypt, his boss, the viceroy of Kush, depicts him as a Nubian. So which is the real Hecanefer? It depends on your perspective.
That's interesting right there.
And the question is, which one is right? Who knows?
So don't jump out the window.
I don't know which one is right. But the thing is, it's all a matter of perspective. They're both a little bit right. But in this case, it depends on the perspective of who will to think he's an Egyptian, and his boss wants to suspect that they each have their own agenda, and we can see this in the with immigrants, that somebody who is them from the outside, that's not from their ethnic group.
Just real quick, he's having issues with his internet. In case anybody's wondering, it's not what I'm doing on my end. All right, so that those interruptions and lagging that he has, that's a problem that they're having. Okay, just let you all know. Let it continue to play.
Emphasize the fact that they're foreign, and they want to say, no, I'm American. I'm just like you. So it becomes a matter of perspective, or what kind of emphasis you place on or sometimes it's situational. you want to, depending on your audience, you want to emphasize, emphasize your ethnicity on what situation you're in.
Okay. It's a great point. I think you did a great job in that section right there. I really appreciate that. So I want to kind of move forward into some of your work that you just came back from dealing with the hyper style. Let me get that straight. That was the
Hall, yes.
The hyper style hall. Now let me ask you this. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with the work of Dr. Timothy Kendall. He did some work at Jabal Bakr. Jebel Bakr.
Yes.
Okay. So how related is Karnak to that? Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, they're both temples to the god Amun. Jebel Barkal, actually, it's interesting because in Arabic it roughly translates to something like the pure or the blessed mountain. Jebel is the word for mountain in Arabic, and of course it's this big. It almost looks like one of those mesas in the desert of America. It's this big giant platform of rock that's out, and on the edge of it, it has this hill of rock that's out from the main of the mesa. And, in ancient times, it was sacred to the god Amun. It's deep in fact it's deep within the area. It was known as and during the New Kingdom, when Egypt had an empire in this part of the world, it was one of the major centers of the Egyptian empire. And then later, when Kush gained its independence from Egypt after the end of the New Kingdom, it continued to be a major holy site and a center for the Kushite kingdom, and later these other civilizations that are essentially a continuation.
I'm going to pause right here real quick. What he's talking about and what Ankh asked him about is Jebel Barkal. And I'm just going to spell it for you guys real quick in case you want to do further research on it. It's Jebel Barkal. Somebody could type that into the chat. And it's so it's way down. It's in what commonly referred to as Nubia, in terms of a temple that's dedicated to Amun. In fact, they felt that Amun, the deity Amun, lived there within the mountainside. Okay, so anyway, just wanted to kind of spell that for you because his internet connection is kind of messy right now. It's going to clear up though, but it's messy right now. But I'm gonna let this continue to play.
Of the kingdom of Kush, the Hotten and Meroitic civilizations that even continued after the end of Pharaonic times, even down into almost into the Middle Ages, in the time of the Romans and beyond. But it was sacred to the god Amun. And in fact, the pinnacle of rock was believed to be a giant cobra who was an embodiment of the god Amun. But it was believed that the mountain itself, inside the mountain, the god Amun himself lived in the mountain. And the ancient Egyptian name for this mountain was actually the Pure Mountain. And so it was the most important and holy place for the god Amun in all of Nubia. And to some extent, its importance as a major site for Amun even extended as far north as Thebes, because Thebes, of course, and especially the Temple of Karnak, was the major, the cult center, the holy place in Egypt, and to some extent, if you will, all the world, for the god Amun. It was like his major cult center in all of Egypt and the world. But there's even images of Amun of Jebel Barkal in the temple of Karnak, that actually shows him as a snake. And there's also an image in the the Ramses II's temple in Abu Simbel in Nubia that shows him worshiping a figure of Amun that's inside the mountain, and also the giant cobra that's sticking out outside the mountain. So there's a connection between Amun of Karnak and Amun of Jebel Barkal. And it's the Amun of Jebel Barkal and the cult of Amun that Dr. Kendall has been working on. And as I say, there was, and it's also interesting that after the end of the New Kingdom, when you had this line of Kushite kings, who originally, of course, just ruled Nubia, but during what's known as the 25th dynasty, where you had, well, his name is either Yonki or sometimes Pie or Pi, in Egypt, and then other kings like Taharka, his successor, and some of the other, Batarka is the most famous one. They also then ruled over Egypt for a time and built monuments at Karnak, and were very interested in promoting the cult of Amun, but especially in addition to Nubia itself or Kush, but they also were very interested in worshiping Amun by building monuments in Thebes, especially at Karnak as well. So there was this real intimate connection between Amun of Karnak and Amun of Kush, especially at Jebel Barkal.
So, okay, with that idea had originated in Jebel Barkal, I think that's what Timothy was kind of talking about. I think he might have said that, I'm not sure. Would you think that idea?
Well, yes. I mean, there were other temples to Amun that were built at other places in Nubia. So, for instance, at Abu Simbel, or other temples of Ramses II at different parts of Nubia, that were dedicated to the cult of Amun. But the thing is, there was the very special form, if you will, the indigenous form of Amun that was unique to Nubia was really Amun of Jebel Barkal. In addition to his form as this, this giant snake that lived in the mountain, the other unique form of Amun that existed, that was Amun of Jebel Barkal, was the form of Amun that was a man with the ram's head. Now, of course, the sacred animal of Amun was a ram, but actually, otherwise, although the sacred animal of Amun was a ram and could appear as just as a ram-headed human figures of Amun were relatively rare. But this ram-headed Amun of Jebel Barkal was rather unique and was the very specific form. And he otherwise was a bit different than the normal aspects of Amun that you see otherwise. And he was very specifically associated with Jebel Barkal in particular. So, and he was always called Amun of Jebel Barkal. So even when you see images of this ram-headed Amun elsewhere, even at Karnak, he is always called Amun of Jebel Barkal, because Egyptian gods, although they could appear in different places, many of these, there were many special forms of gods, of the same god, that were associated with specific places. So you could have, for instance, a goddess Hathor, that is Hathor of the city of Dendara, or I'm trying to think off the top of my head, Horus of the city of Edfu, and lots of other ones. And there were other forms of Horus, there were other forms of Amun, there were other forms of any number of gods, but there were certain forms of these gods that were specifically tied to a specific place or even to a specific temple. There was a specific form of the goddess Mut, who was the wife of the god Amun, who was associated with her temple at Karnak. And so this was a specific form of Amun that wasn't just located in Nubia, but was specifically located in the temple of Jebel Barkal. That was That was his home. And even if he could be worshipped and appear in temples, even in Egypt or all across Nubia, his home base was in Jebel Barkal.
Okay, so that's all right. I don't want to get too far past because I want you to actually talk about the archaeological dig you just came.
Okay, so that whole explanation is should be interesting to everyone. And just as a reminder, Dr. Brand is actually intimately knowledgeable about the hypostyle hall in Karnak. So that's where he's doing his, or he has done his work. And so when Ankh asked him the question about Jebel Barkal, there's another individual who's doing work in the temple down there. And so Ankh had asked him, are there any, similarities between the two? Because both of them are temples to Amun. Amun is a very prevalent deity that's known in both of those particular locations, especially in Jebel Barkal. So, and then he's speaking on that. And so that should be interesting. But it also should be highlighted is that the standard convention of these different deities being localized. So as he said, you have Heru Behudet, who is Heru in Edfu, the Edfu area. You have Menedat Habu. You have Hut Heru in Irnu, which is aka Dendera, the town of Dendera. And you have the Dendera Temple, aka the Temple of Hathor there. You have Abju or Abydos, where Wasir or Osiris is prominent. You have Memphis, and you have a temple specifically, Hutka Ptah. You hear the name Ptah there, so Ptah is localized in that particular location. You have the deity Jehuti or Tahuti, who is localized in the city of Eight, the Kaminu, the Eight town or the city of Eight. Let's see, what else do we have? We have Kenti Keti, which is a crocodile deity that was known in Kemet Weret, which is, y'all probably heard that in a lot of these different conversations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So this is like a standard theme that is taking place within the Egyptian culture of localizing these various different deities. All right, so just keep all that in mind. I'm gonna let it play. Where are we at? We at 44. Okay, so I'm gonna let this play. Ankh is about to ask about divine kingship, and so we're gonna see what he says about this.
This came off of and what you was actually doing, and how you kind of explained what Karnak was. But I want to make this. I want to actually this last thing. Okay, so based off you studying the divine kingship in Egypt,
Yeah.
I've heard individuals make the point that, I make the point, and it's just me as a novice, that when I'm reading certain works, that maybe the divine kingship itself may have come from Nubia. How close to factual am I, or how far away from I, or I'm just spreading the evidence too thin? What say you on that?
Well, I think that that both Egypt and Nubia and even some other African civilizations had ideas about divine kingship.
Okay.
There was also a debate, I guess about 30 years ago, based on some archaeological objects were found, debating whether or not some of the earliest aspects of Egyptian civilizations may have originated in Nubia.
Okay.
I think that the Egyptian aspect of divine kingship and other unique aspects of Egyptian culture, by and large, originated in Egypt.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean because there was cultural contact between Egypt and Nubia in the very earliest phases of Egyptian civilization, that there couldn't be parallel developments.
Okay.
But one of the things, archaeologists and anthropologists debate is just when you have these, whenever, you could say this anything from the invention of fire to other kinds of inventions or other kinds of cultural and historical patterns. It used to be thought, again, 100 years or more, that the wheel or writing or the invention of fire or certain kinds of architecture, it was invented one place in the world and then it spread out to every other place. But in fact, you find that certain kinds or many different kinds of technologies and cultural patterns, ideas could be invented at multiple places across the world independently at different times. So the idea that the king might be a god could be invented at different places at different times, whether in nearby civilizations like Egypt and Nubia, or whether halfway across the world like Egypt and China, or Egypt and South or Central America.
Okay, I have to pause it here because listening to Ankh's question and Dr. Brand's reaction to his question, I believe that Ankh could or should have been gave more clarity to his question and clarified his question, because it sounds like Ankh is asking about kingship coming from Nubia, but Ankh asked it in the terms of divine kingship, and Dr. Brand is taking that as in the concept of divine kingship, period. And so this is why he went down the line, the thought path of explaining how ideas of divine kingship probably sprouted up in multiple places and not just one spot and then dispersed from one spot to the rest of the world, but it actually springs up and is birthed in multiple spots that are not necessarily from one another, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that if Ankh didn't mean it that way, he probably should have clarified that. Or Ankh may have very well meant it that way, but it's causing Dr. Brand to explain how things may not start in one spot in the world and then disperse from that one spot, that there's multiple genesis of things that could pop up in different locations that don't have anything to do with one another and things like that, as you all are hearing him discuss. So we'll find out.
So I don't think it necessarily has to be the case that one got the idea from the other.
Okay.
And there are examples of sacred kingship, if you want to call it that occur in other African civilizations, including West Africa, that there doesn't necessarily have to be a connection.
See, so he just confirmed what I was just saying in terms of the thinking pathway that he's on. He's answering a question about the idea of sacred kingship or the idea of divine kingship, and it's sprouting up from different places that may not even have a connection to one another. And I'm just saying that's what he's saying, and that's what it's clear that that's what the kind of question that he interpreted the question to be and what he's answering. So, and I'm pointing this out because there's been a question floating around for a while about the origin of the Egyptian kingship coming from the South. And what does it mean by the South? Does it originate in Nubia? So on and so forth. So that's the popular question in the conflict community. And that may be what Ankh was trying to ask. But Dr. Brand is clearly answering a more wide, general question of sacred kingship, period, or divine kingship. Okay, so just keep it in mind. Let this play.
I know, for instance, there was and this is also true in some aspects of Afrocentric, theory. And I know the Senegalese
Diops.
Diops, yes. He had this idea of essentially unity, is that aspects of, or if not all of African civilization arose in one place in Egypt. And again, bold idea, and he was ranked against European ideas that discount the importance and the sophistication of African culture, and the notion that, that civilization could have even arose in Egypt. Of course, this was at the tail end also of that even Egypt was truly an African civilization. It was, born of European invaders. When this old racist theory was talking about we're still on its legs and hadn't been rejected European as scholars, and arguing against this before the Europeans were up against. But I think he went too far the other way, because Africa is an extremely diverse place.
Absolutely.
You look at one of my colleagues who's an African historian. He has this map in his office. It shows how many dozens and dozens of languages there are, even today. And when you look at the patterns of languages, if anything, it's become more simplified. I mean, when you have that many different languages, think about how many cultures and subcultures there are. So the idea that there's one African civilization, or the idea that one particular civilization gave rise to every different culture and civilization in Africa, is, I think, doing a disservice to all those others. And again, what we know anthropologically elsewhere in the world is that all kinds of different cultures and civilizations arose independently, invented all kinds of, as it turns out, very similar ideas and patterns of culture and civilization and technology, quite independently from each other. And that could have happened, and I'm sure it did. In fact, I'm certain it did in Africa, without Egypt being essentially the godfather or the midwife for every other civilization or culture that ever existed in Africa.
All right, let's pause for 1 second. Let's pause for one. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, a beautiful afternoon today. We have in the building today my special guest, Dr. Peter.
Okay, I have to pause it right here. We're at the 50-minute mark in their interview, and this is the moment that Garfield actually introduces Dr. Brand. So everything that we heard all the way up to this 50-minute mark was really them having a conversation. And I guess the way they organized the interview, they had like a pre-conversation, and now Garfield is actually introducing him. And introducing him, giving his basically his resume and things like that. So let this play for a little bit so you all can get an idea of who Dr. Brand is, but then I'm going to skip forward. All right, so I'm going to let this play just a bit.
Peter Brand. We also have Brother Ankh, who calls himself the God Killer, and he's part of the whole Pseudo Killers movement. Let me bring my co-sparring partner for the day, Brother Ankh. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce Peter Brand. He's basically an instructor or a teacher at the University of Michigan. His main areas of focus in Egyptology are the history and culture of the New Kingdom, particularly in the late 18th dynasty and the Ramesside periods. He uses a multidisciplinary approach in his research and teaching that integrates history, art history, language, and epigraphy. Subjects that interest him are the part of ongoing research, including Egyptian foreign relations and diplomacy. All right. He teaches a lot of different courses about Egypt of the pharaohs, imperial Egypt, Egyptian epigraphy, Ramesside, military and diplomatic texts. As far as books, he does have a couple books out. I do want to point out, if you go on Amazon, you could probably purchase a few of his books. He does have a particular book that I'm interested in, is Ramesses II, Egypt's Ultimate Pharaoh. He has other writings and articles also. All right. In the introduction, in the video, you're going to see all his qualifications and all the articles he has written before. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to the one and only Dr. Peter Brand. How are you doing today, sir?
Doing well, and here I'm just saying hello from my very messy home office here in Memphis. So I am very happy to be on your podcast and look forward to this discussion.
All right, so let's get to this whole thing about you. How did you get into? I don't want to tell you anybody's age or anything, but as a youth growing up, you were born in Canada. Am I correct?
Yes. And then
Okay, so I'm going to pause it here. And like I said, I encourage everyone to watch the original interview. But for this section here, I'm going to skip and I'll just quickly one sentence summarize what's going on for the next 7 minutes. Is that Garfield is asked Dr. Brand basically how did he get into Egyptology and doing what he's doing now. And Dr. Brand, in a nutshell, is going to say that, early on he had an interest in two things: dinosaurs or King Tut. Like, King Tut fascinated him a whole lot, and he was also interested in dinosaurs and things. And so his fascination with King Tut, the whole King Tut explosion and whatnot, kind of led him into the field that he's in a nutshell. So I'm definitely simplifying that, but he spoke to that for a good 6 minutes, 6 or so minutes. Okay, and I'm gonna skip that for as far as my commentary is concerned. I don't want to downplay it, so I tell you all go watch the original interview for that part. So I'm gonna skip forward to another timestamp that I wrote down here, right about here. And by the way, I do see I see Sosa's comment in the chat. And by the way, for you all who are just joining in, I can see the comments, but if you have any questions or comments towards me, make sure you at the Seshu so I can really see them. It can stick out. And please limit your question to the scope of what we're doing tonight, as far as this interview or anything that's said in the interview or anything that I say, as far as my commentary. All right. But yeah, I see that Sosa explained why 50 minutes later Garfield introduces Dr. Brand. See, to people don't know that's unorthodox. So we just hopefully everybody knows that that's a bit unorthodox to talk to somebody for almost an hour and then introduce them to an audience. So that kind of sticks out. But I know if this video was edited up and everything, you'll probably put that introduction on the front end, even though you'll include all the talk before, maybe something like that. But anyways, I'm gonna let this play from where I skipped it. I skipped it forward to about here. So we're gonna see what's said. All right.
So forth. Are you working on a new book, or what's going on as far as writing is concerned?
Well, I sort of took a break for the past year when I finished the Ramses book, but my next project is actually going to look at how the pharaohs use gold. And I mean, again, I think this goes back to my interest in King Tut when I was a kid. And there's a lot of books on gold that look at, the history of all the different gold objects, or like catalogs of all the golden treasures. But what I'm interested in is how the pharaohs used gold. And it wasn't so much as a financial instrument. They didn't buy things with gold. They didn't make money, but it's how they, if you will, bought people with gold, how they used it as what I like to call a power tool. They monopolized the acquisition of gold, like mining the gold. It was a royal monopoly, but they also took the gold and they took them into royal workshops and manufactured all kinds of luxury objects, all the beautiful jewelry, but all kinds of, fancy furniture and gilded statues and all this kind of stuff. And then they gave it to certain groups of people, and even to the gods. They gave the gold to the high officials of the court. They gave gold to brave soldiers and generals. They gave all kinds of rich golden gifts to the gods in the temples, and they used golden gifts to other kings in diplomacy as a way of enhancing the king's power and authority and his prestige. And of course, they decorated themselves, as you can see from King Tut's golden tomb, to enhance their own prestige. Mm-hmm. So it's sort of the story of the way the pharaohs used gold, not to buy things, but if you will, to buy people, and even to buy the gold, the gods themselves. So it's really looking at that story about what gold was for, and how the pharaohs used it to sort of enhance their status and their power.
All right, Peter, I'm going to show on the screen while you're talking, not to cover your face while you're talking, but this is one of the right the monuments. As a matter of fact, let me make Peter big it's going to still cover him. But the monuments of Seti the First, epigraphic, historical, and art historical analysis. Can you tell us what this is about?
Yeah, so this was based on my dissertation. The book is very expensive, but you can get a free PDF of it on my academia.edu page. I think it's out of print anyways. But it's based on my dissertation, so it's not I'm the first to admit it's not basically a rip-roaring good read. It's a very scientific book. But Ramses' father was this King Seti the First. You can see the cover image. I was interested in him because he built this one temple that was just really beautiful painted carvings on the walls. And he also was the one that built this giant building, the Hypostyle Hall, where I'm working, recording the inscriptions. It's this giant forest of huge columns that's the size, it covers an acre of land. You could fit in a medieval cathedral.
Hold up, I want to pause and point out, you hear what he said. He said a giant forest of columns. And that's interesting that he worded that way. I don't know if you all heard that and homed in on that. But the hypostyle columns, those big, large columns that you see in pictures where if you Google the Karnak or Luxor, the Temple of Karnak and things like that, you'll see these huge columns. And compared to a person's height, they're huge, they're big, they're giant, right? And they actually form like a forest where there are no forests. There aren't any trees like that in Egypt or in the desert. Nothing's growing out there in the desert or whatever the case is. So this is like building an artificial forest. And it's just interesting that he actually even worded it that way. But I'm gonna let it play.
Inside of it, and it's this forest of 134 gigantic columns, and every part of it is covered with inscriptions, even the roof, and it's like the eighth wonder of the ancient world. And so I'm fascinated by these giant buildings, how they built them and how they decorated them. And Seti is one of these kings that was overshadowed by his own successor. He was a hard act. His son Ramses II was in this case not a hard act to follow, but a hard act to precede. He's overshadowed by his own son Ramses the Great. And this is another book about the Hypostyle Hall that I recently published with one of my former grad students and my predecessor, who had died in 2000. And it's translations and analysis of all the wall scenes in the Hypostyle Hall. And this is again available in a hard copy, but you can also download a PDF from the University of Chicago website. Has beautiful photographs of all of the inscriptions on the walls and the beautiful carvings. It's a scientific book. It's more of a reference. It's not the kind of thing you would actually read as consult, but it's more of a scientific book. But beautiful pictures of all these wonderful carvings of Seti and of King Ramses as well.
And then the first book we spoke about was hold on, let me get it here on the screen. This one here. Right here. So this is the one I spoke about first.
This is my newest book, and this is the first book that actually I wrote for a broader audience. I like to say, and hopefully people will agree, that it's a good read. It's everything anybody would ever want to know about Ramses, but I tried to make it, as accessible as possible. It's very well illustrated. It's also cheaper than every other book I've ever written. It's only about, a soft cover is only about $40, and I think you can get and it's 600 pages long with over 200 illustrations. So it's a good read, and as I tried to make it interesting. So it was actually a fun book to write, but it was also the hardest book to write, because it's actually easier to write a scientific book when you could just go blah, 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 because only 10 people on earth are probably ever going to read it. But when you're trying to make a book that you want people to read, then it actually is a lot of hard work. So
Okay, I want to pause it there because this is interesting that he described his experience in writing books in that way, right? Notice that he said that this book that's on the screen was fun to write, but it was his hardest one to write. And he said that it was the hardest because he's wrote it for a broader audience, and he has to explain things to for that broader audience. And the more scientific books that he was involved with are easier to write because it's less people that are going to deal with them. And not only is it less people, but by nature, it's going to be less people who are interested and also coming from a certain background that type of writing is fitting for. You see, so you don't have to do a lot of explaining a lot of the fundamentals in more of the scientifically written books. Those are more specialized books for people who are actually studying beyond the enthusiast, or as we say on the lay and on the YouTube streets and things like that. So that's just interesting, and so you have to be aware of that, of how these books are written and what's the target audience. Because I have a lot of tons of books, research materials and books, and you can definitely tell the difference. What is written more scientifically, where you have and you could tell the I guess the character of the writing style and the organization and structure of the book versus something that is written for a more broader audience and has a lot of explanatory paragraphs and things involved. And that actually does make it harder to write. So that I just found that interesting, that he's explaining his experience in that way.
I'm very proud of it, and I hope people will enjoy it. And actually, it's probably the only book I've written that people could afford. That first book, SETI, it actually cost like $280.
You know what, Peter? We enjoy good books like this book right here. We was talking a little bit earlier.
Oh yeah, that's
the survey, right? Bruce Williams, Oriental Institute, Nubian Expedition, Volume 3. I got 5 volumes of it, and it's talking about that Castule incense burner.
That's the one.
It agrees with what you was talking about earlier. But go ahead, Garfield. I'm enjoying this part of it.
I'm
we
pretty
enjoy
much
your book stuff. I just want to say that. Like, I'm gonna buy the good ones, the ones that cost. You get that.
All right. So we've gone over your students, your teaching, and everything. So Ankh, you back up, man. Your turn, my brother.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'm enjoying that. I got all mines out. I swear.
All right.
Almost.
Let me ask you this: as far as Egyptians, in all your research, as far as Egypt is concerned, what is one thing in the world today that says, you know what, you would say, thanks for the Egyptians, we have this today? Is there something that you say that reminds you of the culture when you study it and you live in your everyday life?
Well, I mean, I think that a lot of what came down through later cultures was influenced by Egypt. It's hard to point to one sort of standout thing, but one of the ways that I think Egypt is relevant is that the more you look at ancient Egypt and the way that the ancient Egyptian people were, is the more you realize that they really were human. They were just like us. They had the same sort of hopes, fears, and dreams. The more you realize that there's really nothing new under the sun. You can read love poetry from ancient Egypt. You can read literature of the stories of people from ancient Egypt. You can see the way they did things. And even though they didn't have the modern technology, even though their religious beliefs were very different, and there were certainly all kinds of ways that they approached daily life, etc., that were very different from us. There were so many things that were just like us in terms of their humanity, that I think that study of ancient Egypt, or really any of these other ancient cultures, are not, if you will, just something that doesn't matter, or that's a waste of time, or is just some kind of frou-frou things that is kind of fun and interesting, but really is irrelevant to our lives today. I really try to do this with all ancient cultures and civilization. Maybe I'm just trying to justify my job as an ancient historian. But when I teach a general class, World History 1, and it's a class on the origins of human civilization, and trying to talk about why do we study prehistory? Why do we study the ancient Greeks and the ancient Romans and ancient Egypt and ancient Mesopotamia and the origins of civilization? And asking these questions, well, why does it all matter? And one of my favorite comebacks that might seem kind of strange is, well, when's the last time you ate a hamburger? And people, what? What does that have to do with ancient history? Well, my answer is this: why are you eating a hamburger? That is made from beef on a wheat bun that's sitting on a ceramic plate. Well, why isn't it made from a wildebeest or a rhinoceros meat sitting on a bun from some obscure African root vegetable that nobody would eat today, or maybe on made from some kind of ground up flour made from some other kind of plant that we don't eat today, made on some kind of woven matting, some other kind of plant that we don't eat today. Well, it's because 10 or 15,000 years ago, people domesticated cattle. And because they had picked wild grasses, taken the seed from these wild grasses, and had domesticated them, and they had become meat. And then they had put them up into flour and learned to make dough out of them, bake them in ovens, and they had invented bread. Then they had also taken clay, river, and they had put it in fire and invented ceramics.
Okay.
So basically, the thing we eat and technology or household utensils that we use in our house that we are exposed to every day are based on technologies and ways of doing things and patterns of life that were invented tens of thousands of years ago, that are still intimately parts of our life today.
All right, so I'm gonna stop here because I'm about to skip forward, but just to kind of, I guess, give my gist of what he's saying is that, and you saw how he began to answer that question by saying that it was kind of hard to isolate something specifically from ancient Egypt and whatnot, and he went to the fact that it's relevant, and then he went from Egypt and talked about pretty much a lot of the different cultures being relevant, and he gave his example, as you heard, about the why do people eat a hamburger the way that they eat it, and not why is it not made differently or whatever. And so as you can see what he was saying, even with the ceramic and even the utensils and things, he's showing, or he's explaining or sharing his thoughts on the seeding and the gradual flow or evolution of these ancient quote unquote technologies, and how they're still alive and present in our world today, but obviously in an improved way and through a variation and things like that. But he's saying that a lot of these different technologies that we are utilizing or seeing today started maybe even in a rudimentary state, but he said thousands of years ago, et cetera, et cetera. So that's basically what he said, and what he's going on to continue to say for a little bit. So I'm going to skip to, and that was the question about Egypt's contributions today. Now, normally when you ask that question a lot of people will go towards, mathematics and medicine because that's like a highlight within in discussions about ancient Egypt's contributions, in terms of surgery, how they did medicine, how they viewed the human anatomy, the human body, and things like that. So he didn't mention those things. So that was interesting. So I'm gonna skip forward where he's gonna speak about the alphabet, the Proto-Cyanic alphabet and things like that. So I'm gonna skip on forward to it. Maybe some interesting points that was made here. So I'm gonna start about right here.
Becoming patrons of the pharaohs.
Oh, okay. That's beautiful. Beautiful. Go ahead, Unc. The floor is yours, brother.
Okay, so all right, let's go back a little bit to the Phoenician script. You talked about the alphabet. So for me, I was familiar with a temple at the Sinai Peninsula.
Yes.
I think it's Sobek El Kadam.
Oh, just by the way, I did skip the part, but he did bring up the alphabet, and those who study orthography and scripts and things like that, you'll see how the Greek alphabet, the Phoenician alphabet, all the way up to the Latin orthography that we use today for English and stuff, how it has this evolution that could be traced backwards in time and things like that. So he did bring it up as well. So I think Unc is piggybacking off of that, asking this question.
Sarabat al-Qadim, yes.
Yes, and there's some inscriptions, the Proto-Sinaitic, and so did the Phoenician script come out of that? Because you said the Phoenician script was kind of the oldest. I know they're very similar. What say you?
It's possible. The thing is, I knew this guy. He was a brilliant fellow who did his dissertation. His name, James Hoke,
Okay.
and he did his dissertation in his first book on these foreign Semitic loanwords. By Semitic, we mean these words that are from Canaanite and Syrian languages that were very similar to like ancient Babylonian and are related to modern Semitic languages like Hebrew and Arabic.
Okay.
And Ethiopic, but I mean, it's a family of languages that include these ancient languages like Canaanite. But he was studying all these Canaanite and Syrian loanwords that made their way into the Egyptian language during the New Kingdom. And after he finished, he was trying to study these Proto-Sinaitic language. The problem was there were only a few of them from that site that you talk about.
Okay.
And the thing is, nobody really had been able to decipher them, and I don't think he really was able to make much progress because, again, it was a case of too little data. And although they showed some similarities with early Phoenician texts, and there was obviously they were influenced by Egyptian hieroglyphs, and you might call them a missing link, if you will.
Mm.
They were not similar enough to either hieroglyphs or Phoenician, or there wasn't enough information there to be able to really know exactly what's going on, and we really couldn't. As far from what I understand, and I'm not really an expert on it, from what I understand, there wasn't enough there to be able to figure out exactly what's going on there. So the best guess is that they were an early attempt to write some kind of non-Egyptian language, presumably some kind of early Canaanite or Semitic language using a script that was adapted from the Egyptian hieroglyphic system that was maybe some kind of proto or early attempt at something that was similar to what became Phoenician, whether it was supposed to be some kind of alphabetic or partly alphabetic script, or at least some kind of more simplified system. But other than that, nobody really knows exactly what was going on there.
I think Alan Gardner kind of thought it might have represented like the sounds, like in the
Yeah.
alphabet kind of sort. I think he looked at that, but that's interesting, and I like the way you put that because that lead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, at the very least, you'd expect it was some kind of attempt to write, a sound like phonetic. That,
Yes.
I mean, because ultimately the Phoenician and other later alphabetic systems are attempts to strip away all these extra signs. And in Egyptian, people always wonder, like, what are all these hieroglyphs? Well, people often think, well, they're pictures. That every picture represents a word. In Chinese, every character represents a word.
Okay.
Well, there are some pictures in glyphs where the glyph represents a word, what we call a logogram, which literally means an idea picture. And there are glyphs that represent purely a sound, either a single, like what we would call a letter, like the sound for M or the sound for N or P or I. And there are also glyphs that represent two sounds or three sounds, like MR or PN, or three sounds like K, I'm trying to. Why can't I think of one, like Hepper? But there are many sounds, perhaps the majority of signs that actually represent that are purely pictorial, that help you understand the meaning of a word, but actually have no sound value whatsoever. We call them determinatives. They tell you an idea about what the word is meaning is about. So verbs of motion have a little picture of walking legs that walk by themselves, or words that have to do with emotion or speaking have a picture of a man that's touching his mouth with his hand, or words that have to do with violent action or vigorous action show a man holding a stick as if he's about to hit something or somebody. Or even words for abstract ideas, like the word to think, actually have a picture of a papyrus roll to convey the idea of an abstract idea that you can only conceive of in writing. So that's how you conceive of the idea of an abstract idea. But most hieroglyphic signs are these pictorial signs that have no actual sound value. Well,
So he's going on here, and I'm pausing so I can just kind of summarize what he's saying here, because I'm going to skip forward again. And he's going over some, to anyone who's studying the language, definitely if you are at a beginner's level studying the language, these are the things that you definitely learn first. One of the first things you learn when you learn the ancient Egyptian language, you're going to have to learn and become competent in the writing system. So everything he just said is along those lines, where you have all of the hieroglyphs being pictograms themselves. They're pictures of objects in the world of the ancient Egyptians, surroundings and in their life. And so all of them are pictures of something, but then how they function is what he's explaining. You have some that function as a representation of sound, which we call phonographs. You have some glyphs that function and represent words, which are called logographs, from the word logos, meaning word. And I noticed that he said idea, but it's word. He said logograph, but then he said idea. That's an ideogram. But a logogram is dealing with words. And then you have what he said, determinatives. These are glyphs that function as classifiers. Now, the more popular term people know is determinatives, because they help determine the meaning. But on a more professional side, people refer to them as classifiers, because they help classify and categorize these different words in the semantic domains that they belong to. So that's what he's explaining, and these are things that if you don't know about those, these are things that you would learn at a beginner's level. And for those of you who are already familiar with it, you already know. All right. So I'm gonna skip it forward. He did mention glyphs that are phonographs, but they represent either a single sound or a single consonant, which would be considered called a monoliteral. Then ones that represent two consonants are biliterals, for the word bi mean two. And then you have triliterals, quadriliterals, quintiliterals even exist as well. So there you have it. So those who know all that good stuff already. So I'm going to skip forward because he's going to talk about literacy in ancient Egypt. And I think this is worth pointing out and letting that part play. It is at the 123, somewhere around here. Let this play here. Wasn't too far from where he's at.
Because then theoretically anybody can memorize, 26 or 13 or even if it was 50, then that's much more doable than, having to know, hundreds or thousands of signs. So that was sort of the whole point of developing alphabetic signs, because then it's a much more simple system.
Easier for the record keeping. So yeah, you, for the very reasons you spoke of, on how just because it was a picture of something didn't mean that. That is exactly why they actually struggled in trying to decipher the ancient language. Am I correct in that?
I think so, yes. And in fact, when we think of the earliest writing systems, they were all very, very complex. But that was actually a feature. It wasn't a bug, because I think they deliberately made them complex. In part because being a scribe was an elite profession.
Okay.
And we deliberately didn't want everybody to be able to read. The idea, I think, in ancient societies that were also very hierarchical, the idea that reading would be universal, the idea of universal literacy would have horrified the pharaohs or the elites. The idea that any peasant could read would have just been like the world turned upside down. It would have been the most radical idea. And of course, it is interesting is even when you do get alphabetic systems, it really isn't until modern times that the idea of universal literacy, they had alphabetic signs, since ancient Greece and ancient Rome. But in the Middle Ages, even the lords and the kings couldn't read. They had to have like priests. That's why the idea of like clerical work, because it was the clergy who could actually read. It wasn't until the invention of universal education in early republics and democracies, like when you actually had universal education, beginning in the 19th century in this country, that you began to have most of the population who could read. But even if you go back to the Renaissance, or even the 1700s, most people couldn't read.
Now, I'm pausing here because those are interesting comments, because every now and then the question will come up as to the literacy of the ancient Egyptian population. The question of, how much of the ancient Egyptian population was able to read and write, versus, that's a question that comes up quite often. And then another question related to it is, why would the ancient Egyptians spend a lot of resources and time carving hieroglyphs or Sesh, Medew, Netcher in the public facing walls of temples and things around the environment, within Egypt and everything, if most of the population was illiterate? Like, that question comes up. Like, how does that make sense that they would carve all these glyphs, and they'll be available to the public? You could see them, but, if the most of the public was illiterate, why do that? Stuff like that. Those are questions that pop up quite often. And so it's interesting what he's saying in terms of literacy. And another thing, we definitely take literacy for granted today because we're born into a world where universal literacy is the norm. We go to school, we learn to read and write very, very early, at an early age. And it's hard for us to imagine a world without writing at all. In the timeline of human history, the invention of writing would be pretty much equivalent of being born yesterday. It's very, very young, very, very recent invention and technology. If you look at it that way, writing that is, and if you think about it, if you think hard, it's kind of weird and radical, like way different. If you're coming from a whole world of no writing, none. You don't even think about writing because it just doesn't exist. It's like out of sight, out of mind. You don't even think about it. You don't even know to think about it. Then all of a sudden, this technology is invented where you can actually store. You can look at it as storing your thoughts for later and then transmitting it silently. Whereas before you had to transmit them, audibly, speak and everything orally. So think about that. We take all that stuff for granted, but think about that. And what was another interesting thing is that even in the invention of alphabets, that's another thing, a side note, in the Egyptian writing system, there are glyphs that are referred to as monoliterals. And these are glyphs that represent a single consonant. That is the closest that we would get to something called an alphabet, but it's not actually an alphabet. So people tend to call it an alphabet, but it's actually not. So the term is a pseudo alphabet because it's not a real alphabet. It's the closest thing you can get to an alphabet because each of those glyphs can represent all of the sounds in the ancient Egyptian language. That's the idea behind it. But even with the invention of alphabets, what he's saying is that even though they're available, still in terms of the majority of mass population, it still wasn't like people were literate even when it was available. And he goes on to say about the universal literacy and so on and so forth. But I'm gonna let this play. Where are we at? We are 125. The next thing is okay. I'm gonna let this play, and it's gonna go into another interesting hot topic that's prevalent. All right, and again, I can see the chat. I'm kind of, I know you all have conversations going on among yourselves, and anything that I'm looking for anything. If anything's directed to me, make sure you type at the Seshu so it can stick out, and I know you are trying to get my attention. But otherwise, I see you all having conversations a bit. Even in your own conversations, please try to limit the scope to what's being discussed in the videos or whatever. All right. Well, here we go.
And
Okay, go ahead.
yeah, so again, even with the invention of alphabets, that didn't mean that suddenly most people were able to read, but it at least made it easier for people who were learning to read to be able to learn to read. But I mean, learning to read in ancient Egypt or ancient China or ancient, Mesopotamia, they wanted it to be difficult. And learning how to be a scribe in Egypt, it was a bit like getting your PhD today. It was advanced training, to be able to be literate.
That's interesting. You made that connection between clerical and the clergy. I just wanted to emphasize that. That was I didn't know that. That was interesting. And so yeah, we have this idea that it was widespread literacy, but I'm glad I appreciate the way you frame that. It gives us a better idea of the thought process with the ancient people. I appreciate that. Definitely do. And it's amazing how the internet is working perfectly. When we talked about the other ideas of ethnicity in the land of the pharaohs, the things seemed to kept breaking up. I don't know, was that you, Garfield, messing it up like that? That was a deep conversation.
took everything on my computer. But let me ask you this.
Thank you.
Said early in the conversation that you see when you walk around today, you look at say, hey, that guy reminds me of King Tut. This guy reminds me of Ramesses and so forth. What percentage, in your opinion, do you think the modern Egyptian? Because the modern Egyptians we see, we normally see the Arabs. They normally on TV, we normally see a lot of Arabic people, and then they show a little bit of the Egyptians there, what they're doing. But what percentage would you put on the current population of in your professional opinion of what the people who descend from the ancient culture? Because they're not the same people, but people who would be the closest to the ancient Egyptians.
Well, the thing is, to be honest with you, I couldn't possibly say, because I think the way you would have to, and I know there's been some recent work basically on genetic testing, but again, when you talk about Arabs, being Arab isn't like being, a racial idea. It's basically an ethnic identity. So for instance, being Arab means you speak Arabic and you adhere to Arab culture, because again, if you look at the Arab world, it stretches across North Africa and across the Middle East. But for instance, in terms of basically on genetic testing, but again, when you talk about Arabs, being Arab isn't like being, a racial idea. It's basically an ethnic identity. So for instance, being Arab means you speak Arabic and you adhere to Arab culture, because again, if you look at the Arab world, it stretches across North Africa and across the Middle East. But for instance, in terms of people that are living in Iraq, as opposed to people that are living in Morocco, they're all Arab. But or people that are living in Sudan, as opposed to people that are living in Syria, they're Arab. But if you were classifying them by, and again, this is why terms like, calling Arab, somebody is Arab is based on quote unquote race, or even to the extent that race is really a truly meaningful category anymore. Would you say that somebody from Sudan is quote unquote the same as somebody from Syria? But they're Arab. Because Sudanese are.
I get your point. I definitely stand corrected. Definitely.
And the other thing too is, again, Egypt has always been a melting pot. I mean, it stands at the crossroads of Egypt and the Middle East as a gateway between Egypt and a gateway between North Africa down into Central Africa into Middle East, which is part of Asia. It's also connected into the Mediterranean, which means it's bringing by sea people that could have come in from Southern Europe and all across the Mediterranean. And it wasn't just in historic times. This would have been happening in prehistoric times. So, and it wasn't just like this happened after the end of Pharaonic times, or that it only happened, beginning in the times when the Greeks were coming into Egypt, like, Alexander the Great, and afterwards, and then the Romans. There would have been huge intermixing of populations going out even into prehistory, to say nothing of what was happening, in Pharaonic times and Greco-Roman times, all throughout the post-antique period. So even when we talk about something like the Arab conquest, again, people that came in like with the Mamluks and, the Abyssinians, all these other various people who came in during the Islamic period as foreign rulers, the Ottomans, etc. These were the elites that came in, but it wasn't necessarily massive invasions. And so the core of the Egyptian population was still there, although again, there were all kinds of people that came in at various points. So trying to, balance out or measure percentages, I think, is very difficult, if not impossible. So again, I know I would find it very hard to even take a guess, but I'm not sure even a genetic specialist could give you figures.
Yeah.
But I do think it is a mix. But I also think that a substantial proportion of the Egyptian population, and again, I don't think you can say, oh, this person, is pure blood ancient Egyptian, but this person, is, they're fully descended from the ancient Greeks, or this person is, oh, they're obviously from the the Mamluks, or they are solidly Ottoman Turks, and these people over here, they're obviously purely, Syrian immigrants. You see what I mean? Or that these people are, they're descended from, the Libyans that were brought to Egypt in the reign of Ramses III, and these people over here are like Cushites that came to Egypt during the 25th dynasty. They're all blended together. Just to give you another example, I had a colleague here who studies like Native Americans, and also like the intermixing of Native Americans with both white and also African Americans. Mm-hmm. And they talk about how the Native American populations just somehow vanished. At the end of the 19th century. Well, it didn't vanish; it just blended in, not just with not just with with white Americans, but also with African Americans. And this guy, he was African American. He's now moved to another university, but he went, and you look at him and say, oh, he's African American. But he does have some Native American ancestry. Well, he went to visit this somewhere up in Michigan, I think. I don't know if they were Iroquois, but one of the northern U.S. Native American tribes, and they accepted him as a full-blood Native American, like member of the tribe, because he had this heritage.
So I'm gonna pause it here for a second and just kind of get you all's reactions about this portion of what Dr. Brand was saying. So I'm looking at the chat, and I'm seeing a couple of comments. Isonic says, I think it's a good answer. Emicat is saying it's interesting how he explains the ethnicity using the Arab as an example, or Arab as an example. What else? And then Brother Ankoma, matter of fact, let me just highlight a couple of these comments. Where are we? Here? Okay, so all right, everything is everything. So let me go back to everything is everything. Seshu, was the culture in Kemet in a early stage a oral hand culture, then the priest created Medew Netcher? Just curious. When you say priest created Medew Netcher, for argument's sake, people will say, priest, but that can be, teased out or what have you. But remember, obviously, before writing, everything was oral transmissions, and you really, really have to like pause and think about the invention of writing and that technology and what it did, and how it changed a lot. It changed a whole lot. It was a major invention or creation, and it had practical function and things like that. You can now because the early usage of the writing system was for documentation purposes, to record goods and kind of take inventory and things like that. So it was out of a need for this invention to take place, and then obviously expanding from there to be able to record things, especially in stone, on imperishable objects and materials, where things can last a long time, where you can record something and then not have to really remember it. All you do is go back to the object itself and remind yourself, and things like that. So, and then it's just radical to think about. Okay, think about it like this. Prior to writing, every individual had to memorize their language, the lexemes within their language, the vocabulary, the meanings of words within their language. They had to commit all that to memory. It wasn't like you're gonna look on your notepad or anything, because writing didn't exist. So imagine what that does, what writing would do to that situation and whatnot. So you have to think about the shift, because prior to writing, people had to memorize their vocabulary, the meanings, and then you get heavy wordplay because of that. Because the economy, as Dr. Brand said, even with the writing system, the script, there were roughly 700 glyphs in use for the majority of ancient Egypt's existence, from the Old Kingdom, from the earliest writing, all the way up to really the Ptolemaic era. It was around the Ptolemaic era of time where they expanded the script to roughly about 7,000. So it went from 700 glyphs to 7,000. It's almost like a glyph explosion took place in terms of the amount of time in that range of time period, right? And so you have to think about it. That's a lot. And any language that's purely logographic, which means every glyph represents a word, that means every word in your language, you would have to come up with a different character representation, a different letter, a different glyph, grapheme, however you want to call it. You have to come up with something different for every single word in your language, if your writing system was purely logographic, word based. And so they had to invent the rebus principle and the acrophonic principle of using the first sound of the objects in which they use. It's a whole thing. We discussed it in other videos, so I don't want to get long-winded on that. But just to answer your question, it was oral, obviously, prior to writing. And then when writing came, as he said, it was definitely a specialized thing because of the area of society where it functioned at. It wasn't necessary for everybody to be universally literate and things of that nature. All right, so hopefully that gets close to your question. I see Koma Jed said, Emicat, I find his explanation wanting. If we interject English instead of Arab, it don't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So I'm guessing you're saying, in his example of Arab, when I think Garfield's the one that said Arab, and he said Arab is not a race, and so on and so forth, and English is not a race either. So I don't know what you probably have to clarify on that. Definitely have to clarify on that. And plus, you have to remember that you have colonizing acts and phenomena taking place because English is spread through colonization, just like French. Like a lot of West African, Central African countries and their citizens, they speak French because of ... and things. And here in the United States, African Americans, we speak English because of circumstances surrounding the transatlantic slave trade and the kidnapping of human beings, et cetera, and all that. So it's not a clear black and white type of thing with that. So I'm not sure where that conversation will go. All right, so I'm gonna let this play. Let's see. The next thing he's gonna get into is, okay, he's at modern versus ancient Egyptian. So the percentage thing, and a lot of people try to invoke phenotype, genotype, and phenotype of people when talking about. But here's the problem, and I always try to make this clear, and I'm not sure if I'm doing a good job at this, right? The kind of conversations that people are actually having when it comes to ancient Egyptians are more so on the ethnic level, cultural and ethnic level of things. But what happens is, during that level of conversation, of where the conversation should be, people are hijacking it and bringing it over to a biogenetic conversation. And not respecting the difference between those two types of conversations. Okay? And so people need to be very careful about that. Even when discussing linguistics and languages, people want to hijack that conversation and bring it into a biogenetic conversation and talk about haplotypes and haplogroups and things like that in a conversation dealing with linguistics and the relationships of speech communities and languages to one another and stuff like that. And so we have to be very careful about those things. And I say that because people bring up phenotypes as if there's a single phenotype to be ancient Egyptian or to be Egyptian or to be whatever, like as if there's a single one way to be even African and whatnot, when Africa is the most diverse place on the planet, even when it comes to languages, genetics on the biological side, on the linguistic side, etc. It's very, very, very diverse. And what I noticed a long time ago, and I always noticed this, is that especially, and I don't know about other places, but here in the United States, among African Americans, we tend to speak about Africa as if it is a homogeneous singularity, as if it's a country. And if you pay attention to people's conversations when they talk about Africa this or Africa that, just step back and listen to the conversation, and you'll swear that Africa is a country and not a continent consisting of a diverse host of multitudes of different ethnic groups, different languages, and so on and so forth. You would think it's this one thing. And I think that we do Africa and its various peoples a disservice and disrespect when we do stuff like that. All right, and so we have to be careful. And so another thing about the percentage, notice that Dr. Brand said even pre-dynastic, during Egypt and after, there is a gradient. Like, people are talking about skin color and ancient Egyptians being black or whatever the case is, those anachronistic arguments, as if it was only a one type of thing going on, and then they want to compare skin color, and then, all over Facebook, you see people posting a side-by-side image. One image will be a picture of an ancient Egyptian artifact, and then they'll show a modern contemporary person either in the United States or from somewhere else in Africa and say, see, they look alike and stuff. They always do this lookership matchmaking thing. I see it all over Facebook all the time, and, what does that actually do? And so I say the ultimate solution, the quick fast, it like spoils the party, is to just call the ancient Egyptians what they called themselves. That's it. Call them what they called themselves. Call everybody what they call themselves. That's it. And let the ancient Egyptians speak for themselves. That just shuts everything down. Shuts everything down. It's crazy what that would do, but people don't want to do that. So anyway, yeah, I didn't see any other comments. I want to pause here just to kind of catch up on the comments and see if anybody has something to say in terms of what's being said now. Okay, so only a couple more things. I'm gonna let this play. He's gonna talk about actually one more thing. The last thing he's gonna cover is pretty much the Egypt's state formation. Okay, so where are we at? We're at 133, 134. So I'm gonna let it play, and he's gonna talk about Egypt's state formation. Let that play.
So again, and it also gets back to the discussion where we were talking about ethnicity, and ethnicity being a sort of a relative, ethnic identity as being a relative term depending on one's perspective.
And
Before you go, I think you basically told us that race is a social construct.
Yeah,
of
Theory in biology. That's
and
what
ethnicity, and they're two different things. Because again, if you look at DNA, we're all the same.
absolutely
9.9%. There you go.
99%.
Well,
And
we're
so-
99% similar to chimpanzees.
absolutely.
But in terms of, in terms of humans, we're all 100% the same, and the only genetic differences is that again, the difference between me and you guys, the genetic variation is really no difference than the genetic variation between me and my siblings or my cousins, really. Because again, I always like to give the example between dog breeds. The genetic difference between a miniature Schnauzer, a Dachshund, and a Great Dane and a German Shepherd is almost non-existent, even though they look totally different.
Man,
It's
so
all the outward physical appearance.
right, I was going to say that it's just a visual. It's the
Yeah, but the tiny variation in genetic differences is practically insignificant. They're so minor. It's like, would you say somebody is a different race because they have green eyes versus blue eyes, or blonde hair versus red hair?
0.01% causing problems.
Less than 1%, though. It's really like a fraction of a thousand.
99.1%. That's less than. So yeah, I can actually support you in that, in the statements that you were making about the population, because we read this work right here. The genetics of African population, health and disease, and it's from the Cambridge Studies in Biology and Evolutionary Anthropology and Samatikiata. He talks about the very thing that you framed up, and so I actually support you with that. I can actually put documentation behind what you said, so populations aren't actually frozen in time. Like, you freeze a population, bring it forward, and so that leads me to my next question. So then it would kind of go along with what you're talking about. So as far as state formation, how much validity do you put into Egypt's existence having a lot to do with, at least from population, probably before Egypt, before it was even a state, before it was even called that, or people even knew where they was at, the Green Sahara, the areas in the southernmost portions of the Nile Valley, and areas in the Levant coming together. How close am I to seeing this picture looking that way?
Okay. Can I just add one more thing about what we were just discussing, though?
Yes, you can, absolutely.
In terms of the human population, is also that as far as human origins as we understand them, we're all Africans.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Wait, y'all, did y'all hear that? I bet you. Who in the chat? Who in the chat disagrees with Dr. Brand on that statement right there, where he said we're all African? What say you in the chat? Let's see the effect that statement had on the chat. He said we're all African. What's your thoughts? What are your all thoughts on that, real quick? We're all African. Thurman Meredith said, put a check mark. He's like, check. Oh, let me make sure I get these. Everything says, oh boy. I don't know if he's referring to that. Check. Oh, Hebrews disagree. He said Hebrews disagree. Isonic says, technically, yes, everyone migrated at different times. All right. Emiket Ujah always says everyone is fundamentally African. Yep. You know, we did a show. Actually, we actually did a show a good while back on the Amara Squad, on one of the Amara Squad YouTube channels. It's been a minute, so I don't even remember where this was aired at. But we did a show called All Humans Are Fundamentally African, or something like that. That's actually even the title of the show. Something along those lines. All humans are fundamentally African. And I, one of the main points I was raising during those kinds of discussions is to make people, I was trying to force people to understand the ideological cutoff times that we have in our mind as a default setting for when we conceive and conceptualize and have these discussions about who's who on the planet Earth, and so all human beings who are alive today can ultimately trace their ancestry back to the continent of Africa. And for that very reason, if we set that as the criteria, then everybody on the planet is African. But we put the word fundamentally in there because of the ideological timeline and the cutoff time that people have burnt in their minds. And what I argue is that the transatlantic slave trade, all of the events centered around that, those events in history, is a very major thing, more so than we like to believe, outside of what slavery involved, but the side effects of it and how it affects other things. And so what I liken it to is the birth of Jesus. And I know that as soon as I just said that, y'all are like, oh boy, Wujao is definitely tripping. Like, what? Huh? So this is what I mean by that. I don't mean the literal birth of Jesus. I don't mean that there's a literal birth of Jesus. What I mean is that there is a historical timeline that Jesus's birth, for whatever people believe in that, all of that stuff, it has a mark in history to where our calendars and calculation of time reset. So here we are in the year 2024, and we have to ask 2024 from what? And the generic answer is it centers around BC converting over to AD. BC being before Christ, AD being of our Lord, supposed to mean of our Lord. Some people use BCE, before the Christian era or before the common era, and then CE, common era, or whatever the case is. So people will play around with those acronyms a bit, but the same point is to be made, that there's something that caused the time to reset to where we are now in 2024. So anyway, long story short, the transatlantic slave trade has a similar effect, not in dating, of course, but in terms of our mental cutoff point for a lot of ideas that we have today. So who is of recent African ancestry versus who is not, because every human has African ancestry. Ultimately, every human being is from Africa. But we have that cutoff point, that cutoff point where we have to draw the line somewhere. And I argue that line, as far as ideologically, is the transatlantic slave trade is where we have this unsaid cutoff point for everything that we discuss and talk about. Anyway, enough of that. So I know L.A. Oklahoma is in the house. He says humanity started in Africa, but all humans are not African. He said humanity started in Africa, but all humans are not African. That's interesting because "are" is a present tense to be verb, and so you're right in that sense. And as far as that statement, all human beings are not African, but all human beings have African ancestry. And that's what people use on one hand. And so a lot of people can't have it both ways. I'm of African descent. What does that mean? Like when people say I'm of African descent, every human on the planet can say that same statement and not be lying, be telling the truth. That's an accurate statement for all human beings if they were to say that. You go around the world and you hear somebody say, I am of African descent. That would be a true statement. But in the conversation, there's an unsaid cutoff point where people will say, no, you're not, which is embedded in there. And what people mean is recent African descent. And then you say, well, how recent? And that's what I say in these conversations. I'm saying the transatlantic slave trade, that period of time is this looming, underlying, unconscious cutoff point that people are using. All right, so anyway, let me let this play out, because this is pretty much the last thing he's going to cover. The state formation thing. So he kind of went back to all humans are African, but he's going to answer the question about state formation.
But now, it's in terms of the origins of the Egyptian state. Mm-hmm. Just to clarify, are you asking how that relates to the formations of the state in other areas, like say Mesopotamia and that thing?
No, all right. Let me rephrase. Let me make it a little bit better. So I've studied material on aspects of the drying up of the Sahara and populations move towards the Nile Valley, not just the southern part, the central portions and northern portions. And I also understand that ancient migrations, 15,000, 20,000 BCE, moving towards the valley from the Levant area, and populations also migrating just back and forth. So as far as state formation, how much do you include that type of material in your mindset?
Well, the thing is, it set the necessary preconditions that eventually did allow for state formations. It doesn't necessarily mean that state formation necessarily had to have happened, but presumably it couldn't have happened without those changes, because again, if the what they call the wet phase, where it had remained a wet grassy dry land, that people could have remained hunter-gatherers and saw no reason to migrate into the Nile River, and basically the Neolithic Revolution, in other words, the invention of agriculture, mm-hmm. where people took up farming, never had to make that change, then they never would have had a reason to form, cities and towns that eventually led to the formation of the state. So it was part of the necessary preconditions. Now, is it possible that they could have, after the, drying up of the Sahara and people moving into the Nile Valley and setting up, these towns and villages around agricultural communities, was it a foregone conclusion that eventually they would have coalesced into early state formation? Was that inevitable? Possibly. I mean, certainly you have other parts around the world where this does happen. I'm not well versed enough in comparative archaeology to know if it always seems to have happened elsewhere. But I mean, there are places certainly where it did. There's a scholar named Bruce Trigger who studied this phenomenon of state formation in other areas. And again, you certainly do have it, especially in river valley civilizations. And it may be a case where it's necessary to have large river valleys to really have the focus for larger states, or whether it's city states or whether you have these large territorial states like what you have in Egypt. Because there, what you do need to have is a kind of critical mass of population where you can get the rise of true cities. Because, of course, we do get the rise of substantial communities in some of these places like Çatalhöyük or Jericho, in Canaan, where you get these fortified towns, but the agriculture there is based on rain-watered crops in hill country, and they form true towns or small cities. But the population that's supported by this is not nearly what you could get in Mesopotamia or Egypt or the Yellow River in China or in the Indus Valley system, in what's now India and Pakistan, that are the first true great river valley civilizations, or some of the pre-Columbian civilizations you get, like the Inca and the Aztecs and the Maya. But those are where you have huge river valleys that allow for these huge cities to develop. In Egypt, you get a territorial state that's up and down the Nile River, whereas in Mesopotamia, you get a series of powerful city-states that are at odds with one another. And sometimes they create empires, but there's no great kingdom of Mesopotamia. It's a series of, city-sized miniature kingdoms that are always at war with one another.
Like the Mayans. It's not just one. Am I correct in that?
Mm-hmm. But I mean, either way, I think the thing that allows for this is not just. In Egypt, certainly the drawing up the Sahara, the move to the Nile Valley, the formation of these agricultural communities that coalesce into state formation. And in the earliest phases of state formation, what sort of happens is, villages become towns. Some of the towns gain advantages, and they compete with one another until you get the coalescing in Upper Egypt of these proto-states. There are these three proto-states in Upper Egypt that coalesce around three major centers of Nagada, what becomes Abydos.
Wait, I want y'all to pay attention. I'm gonna rewind this. Hold up, make sure my mic is on. Yep. So y'all are hearing me. So I want to rewind this because it's gonna be interesting. Though anybody who's been a subscriber to our channel, have been in our Facebook groups, or been hanging out and engaging, myself, and a few others, all this is preaching to the choir. Okay, so I'm gonna rewind this just a little bit. And you're gonna hear this here again.
For Egypt, of these proto-states, there are these three proto-states in Upper Egypt that coalesce around three major centers of Nagada, what becomes Abydos, and what becomes Hierakonpolis.
See, he said Nakada, Abydos, which is Abju. Nakada is Nubit. And then he said Hierakonpolis. Where have y'all heard all that before?
and they coalesce into a single Upper Egyptian state, and then expands northwards into Lower Egypt, that finally around 3,300 BC then unifies all of the Egyptian Nile Valley into this territorial state that then arises with the Old Kingdom, beginning with the early dynastic period in the First Dynasty, or actually even be in so-called Dynasty Zero, this period around 3,300 BC, that becomes the first territorial state. In process of state formation, really.
Yeah. So, okay, great. You mentioned Mesopotamia and how they was different. Well, I'm reading the book, The Dawn of Everything, David Wingro. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that.
Hold on, let me just see how much is left here to go on. Because that was the end of my timestamps, was that last point there. And it's about, how much time left? It's about 12 minutes of interview left. And let me just skip. Let me just see what Uncle's going to ask real quick first.
And David Graeber. It's a great work. And he talks about how in Mesopotamia, they came to kingship it took them about 7,000 years. And in the archaeological record, it shows like these mounds of actual like.
So I can't let Unc go out like that. It's Mesopotamia, not Mesopotamia. Unc, hope Unc listen to this. Somebody need to tell him Mesopotamia. All right, let's start this play.
Like maybe what I want to say, villages. Over time, that they might be calling cities, but they're villages, and the villages die, and another one's over top of it. So these big mounds are formed. But when they went to eat, they tried to, in the early days, they tried to cookie cutter that, and put that in the Nile Valley, and they just didn't have that. And what they found out in the Nile Valley was it was like maybe they had these summer camps, these mobile communities back and forth, and maybe they would have came to kingship and start over a 7,000 year period, maybe in 800, maybe it took them maybe 800 years to get the kingships, or basically it was a elimination of the kings in Africa, as opposed to forming one king. Am I kind of right, or familiar with that?
I'm not sure. The thing is, I heard about this book and I started to read it, but I never really finished it. I know this particular guy takes a very sort of unorthodox or sort of dissenting view, that he's trying to challenge a lot of the conventional wisdom. So at one point I'm going to have to read it.
Yeah, you're going to read that.
I know he's not taking the party line view of these things, and I know there's been some criticism of his views. As far as what seems to happen, I think what you're alluding to is that in the earliest phases of people coming into the Nile Valley, before there was full settlement there, that in the earlier prehistoric period, when there was still a wet phase in the Sahara Desert, that there was more of, if you will, a swampy environment in the Nile Valley itself, and on the desert edge, which was then not quite so deserty, in the Nile Valley, people would sort of, on what was later sort of the desert edge, people would set up camps there, and so they would be there for part of the year. So there were sort of transitory settlements, but they weren't living there permanently. Right. And then gradually later, you would actually begin to get more permanent settlement. And there are other places, I think, where this kind of thing happens, where, because we usually think of that either people are completely migratory or they're completely settled permanently in one place. Right. Mm-hmm. But there are phases in early cultures where it's sort of half and half, where you get temporary encampments that are not just like a few days or weeks, but can last for months, or maybe even for a year or two, but they're not permanent settlements. But then people move on, or even that they recurrently, come to more or less the same place for a while and then move on, but then may come back later. So,
All right, I'm gonna skip forward to see where the conversation goes.
and sometimes they're even buried on places that they.
Wingrove talks about down in Katoon, in those areas, that they have like these cities of the dead, meaning they burial sites. They
Yeah.
have that these large areas of burial sites as they was being mobile. They had those burial sites, and that's interesting that you actually said they talked about that in Greece. And he says this is prior to even having cities. They would have these large cemeteries. That's very interesting. I appreciate your expert discourse on that right there. That's man, it's been a pleasure, man. Like the conversation will help work out a lot of things, at least for me in my studies and what I've been reading, and this information will definitely help us move forward in the community. I didn't expect it. Yeah, you teaching.
Brian, you're
Actually,
a natural teacher, doctor. You're a
Yeah, you
natural.
teaching. Yeah, natural. You teaching. Mm,
I want to just, it's interesting you bring up as Napt Apply because actually, and I just saw it because they moved it to the garden of the Nubian Museum in Aswan.
okay.
It's really interesting to see, and they even set it in this little desert environment. But that actually reminds me of this famous, recently discovered uh, thing in Turkey. This Gobekli
Tip. Yeah.
Gobekli,
Becky Tepe.
Go back.
Becky.
Mm-hmm.
which they think was again it's so-called Turkish Stonehenge that was used for something they think over 6,000 years. And I think Napata Playa is a similar case where essentially you have these holy sites that were used by nomadic cultures, where again, very much like cemeteries, you can't move a holy site,
Mm.
and so you build a holy site, or you dedicate a holy site, and you go there whenever you need to use it, even though your lifestyle is mobile. This major religious site, just like your burial grounds, stay in one place, even though you don't live in one place.
Mm.
And so I think Nabata Playa was probably very much like this site, Gobekli Tepe, or however. I'm sorry, I'm butchering the
Belly Tepe.
and what's so interesting about the one in Turkey is that it was literally used, it now seems, for like 6,000 years, and was added to and refurbished and etc. for such a long time, during most of which, if not the entire period, people were not actually living. Oh, there's cuckoo in the background. Um, uh, People weren't living in one place or in villages, but they were using this sacred place and as a stationary location. So again, it changes our whole view of
Mm.
how people lived. There were places they went to and stayed the same, even if their actual day-to-day lifestyle was rather mobile. And there was something in between, a mobile existence and a sedentary existence, even when they had sort of these semi-permanent or long-term encampments that wouldn't be permanent but weren't constantly moving either. Sort of long-term camps that were then eventually they moved on from.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna say thank you, Dr. Peter Brand, for joining us. You did a wonderful job today. You learned a
man.
lot. And I want to say thank you again, Ankh, for being a co-interviewer, my
Oh,
partner today. Thanks
yeah,
a
yeah,
lot.
Peter. Yeah, Peter. I appreciate you coming through. Maybe we could do this again. Man, it was very enlightening, detail and expertise that you brought to the conversation, and we'll all grow from this experience. Just having access to an academic and the person that actually works in the field, man, I think us as novice, we appreciate you and continue to teach. Thank you.
Well, I've enjoyed it too. I mean, usually just get to talk about Ramses, which I love to talk about, but this wide-ranging discussion about so many different things has been very stimulating. So thank you very much for this very diverse and interesting conversation.
All right, so that's the interview. Let me actually take that off the screen now. All right, so that was the interview. So now, let me get this chat overlay. So now I'm fully attentive to the chat. I can see everything in the chat now. So let me just say this, like as a like a summary overview comment. Okay. This is what I noticed. Same thing with Dr. Jonathan Winterman, Dr. Peter J. Brand. Now, with Dr. Winterman and Dr. Brand, there were some things that they mentioned that are outside of the things that that we hear that's talked about specifically in the conflict community. Or let me just put it on me. They've said a few things that are outside of some of the things that you hear me discuss. So there's a small percentage of that, right, that's excluded from the conversations that I have. But for the most part, a lot of what they said, both of them, and because we're dealing with this interview tonight, I'm gonna stick with Dr. Brand. For the most part, a lot of what he said, when it overlaps with things that we discuss or I discuss, he's saying the same things. And so I'm saying that to say that I noticed that, like the brother Ankh says, when he expressed, he says, hey, you're teaching. And he says, it's good to have access to the expert or whatever the case is. And all that's fine and dandy. But here's what's interesting to me, though, is for years, a lot of what he was saying, and like I said, the same thing with Dr. Winterman, a lot of what Dr. Brand said in this interview echoes the things that we've been saying for years. And when I say we, I can narrow down to myself. I'll speak for myself because I don't want to pretend to speak for other people right now. So there's a lot of things that I've been saying for years that Dr. Brand repeated in this interview. And what's interesting is that at the time, in real time, when I have said these things, it's not accepted in the same way that you see as being accepted from Dr. Brand. Now, in real time, when I was saying those things, I can understand that. But now that a recognized expert is in fact saying the same things that I have said in the past, now moving forward, it will be interesting to see if the people who are accepting this expert's statements and answers and claims and information that's being shared, if they will then look and say, okay, well, wait a minute. Well, Joe said the same thing. Up, he said that. Okay, well, Joe said the same thing. Up, he said that. Okay, well, Joe said the same thing. How many times do they have to say, well, Joe said the same thing before they start looking at, well, Joe? And I'm not saying look at me as an expert because if y'all haven't noticed this, I don't go around claiming to be an expert. So I don't want anybody to put that to claim that I'm claiming that. So I must say it directly. I don't claim to be an expert. I don't even claim to be a scholar. But my point is, in terms of the acceptance or the way a conversation goes, even just the level of the conversation. Because notice how this is an interview. Now, I get it. Nah, I'm going to take that back. I don't get it. But you see how this conversation went. You see how this conversation went. And through my experience on the various different channels, if I were to have this same conversation on certain platforms and certain YouTube channels and be asked the same questions and give the same answers, that conversation would not go down like that. It would not go down like that. And I blame the conflict community, the conflict aspect of the conflict community, which is why I call it the conflict community. People come into the conversation on 10, hot. Like tonight, there was a couple of comments. I think the brother left. Let me see. Let me check if they left real quick. They're probably gonna leave now because I'm about to check. Let me see. This brother right here. Now, usually when you at somebody, when you can at somebody, it means that they're still watching or they're still present. But anyway, they like certain people will come into a conversation already on 10. And by 10 I mean they're already in opposition. They're already adversarial. They're already hot. They're coming in hot already from the get-go. And that's what this conflict community breeds, that kind of mentality, that kind of behavior, where a conversation like this can't be had. Now, this is styled as an interview, and questions are being asked, and the scholar is answering the questions and whatnot. So styling it as an interview and all that, it kind of relieves the pressure of that conflict community aspect, so the conversation can just go smoothly. So the question, so why can't we do that in regular conversations? Like, why do we have to pretend and style things like, okay, it's an interview or whatever? Is it because of respect is given, because the person is is an expert, or has a PhD? Is that the reason? Or is it because they are not part and parcel of the conflict community? Is it because they're a stranger to the conflict community, or they're outside of the conflict community? Is that the reason? Or it could be a combination of the two. Or is it because the person is quote unquote European? Is that the reason? Or is it a combination of everything I just said? So what's going on with that? And so I noticed that. That's something that I peep in all of this stuff, where especially when you hear people saying the same things that's been said for years and whatnot. Now, obviously, they don't say the exact same words. Nothing is verbatim repeated. But the gist of the stuff that they're saying, it's been said over and over again by other people. And I can speak for myself. I can speak about the stuff that I talk about, and I can show you videos. I can show you Facebook posts and videos that stretch all the way back to 2010, where I've been saying some of these things that you've heard tonight in this interview, and with Jonathan Winterman interview, even in DiBiase. I forget the whole name, but DiBiase's interview, and I'm gonna do a commentary, on that one as well. But all the interviews that I've seen, and so I'm gonna give a commentary after I watch the whole interview, and be able to write down some timestamps like I did this one. Unfortunately, the thunderstorm knocked us off, so I did like a part one. This is part two, and part one was really kind of like the more meaty part, because it dealt with that word Kemet and the glyphs and stuff like that. That's what a lot of people wanted to see, wanted me to comment about that, about his take on that. And so I did that in part one. Okay, so just so you all know, and I didn't repeat that here in this live as part two. But anyway, so it's open. I can see the chat, so I'm looking for any comments. I'm looking for any questions, and if you all would like to hop on the panel, you all let me know, and I can post the panel link. See if y'all want to if it's easier to have a discussion about what was said, what you got from the interview, because I'm sure this is not you all's first time seeing an interview, because I'm just giving commentary tonight. But this interview, it goes back, I think, over a month ago. So it's been out there. It's been out there for a while. Let me look at the date on that real quick. Yeah, May 31st. So it's definitely over a month ago, for sure. So this interview is from May 31st. May 31st. All right. So there you have it. But if you got a question for me, listen. If you all want me to post the panel link, let me know. And I always do it like that because I just don't want somebody to come on and ask me how to change a car tire or change oil on a car when we're talking about this stuff. It's crazy. People will come and derail the conversation. Let me just see. So yeah. If y'all got any questions, comments about what was said, I'm gonna highlight. So I'm gonna start highlighting a few comments that I can see. So okay, so I honestly, y'all definitely having a conversation among yourselves as well. So I kind of, all you need is competence. You can achieve this without degree. Okay. The Dunning-Kruger effect, LA, Oklahoma. Yeah, that's people need to look that up. Definitely, people need to look that up. Dunning-Kruger effect. People who argue with Wu about the language suffer cognitive bias, which people with limited competence. Yeah. When it comes to the language and linguistic stuff, I it's gotten out of hand. I don't understand why people try to argue who are not informed about it. It's the craziest thing. It really is. It really is. No matter how many times you try to explain things, but I did a video about the importance of reading comprehension and pretty much comprehension period, because you have listening comprehension, attention span, listening comprehension, and reading comprehension. Just because people own books or have books doesn't mean that they understand the content of the book. And I shouldn't have to say that, because that everybody should know that's absolutely possible, and it doesn't mean that they actually read them either. But even when reading them, sometimes you can read the same thing somebody else reads and walk away with a different outcome of the material. I'm sure everybody has experienced that. And some people are way off the mark of what the intended material is trying to say. And we see this throughout school, like when you're going through grade school, all from K through 12, teachers keep you in check about it, but it happens. So it's not something that's like far-fetched. It happens. And as adults, if you don't stay sharp, you can have that lack of understanding of what's being read. So last night is a good example. The brother Reggie calls himself talking about the expert Jonathan Winterman about this particular image that represents the rite of driving the four calves in the temple, which is a rite that the king does, and he was talking about a source that was written by I believe the last name is Egberts, if I'm not mistaken, going off the top of my head, but he got something different than what the source is actually saying. He's asking questions that are clearly answered in the source material, and I noticed it because I'm already familiar with the work of that scholar, Egberts. I have the material, I've had it, and I was actually going to do a long while back. I was going to do a presentation on the those two rites, the dragging of the merit chest and the driving of the calves in the temple, just to spark conversation, because it's very interesting. Those rites are very interesting beyond, the whole whether Egyptians are black or not type stuff like that. Like when I was originally gonna do a presentation on that stuff, it had nothing to do with that. I was just gonna spark that kind of conversation and share that information to talk about the myth, the Osiris myth, and these chests and the driving of 4 calves and what that all meant. It's just some interesting stuff going on. How Egypt is equivalent to equated to Wasir, how Wasir was chopped up, body parts spread all over the place, which became the 42 gnomes, and the unification of the 42 gnomes was the remembering of Osiris's body, and mummification was to keep it bounded and bind it together, unified, solid. And Osir represents unity, and how Osir's inverse of Heru, all of those kinds of things are found, within these rites and things. This is very, very interesting stuff. So anyway, I was already familiar with that. So when somebody put me on to Reggie's video the other night, 2 nights ago, I felt last night I need to address a few things. So that's what I did last night, addressing a couple of things. And the point I'm making is about the comprehension issue and whatnot. And so I can clearly tell that the brother Reggie didn't read the whole book. It's just clear. Like if you have a book and you read the whole book and then somebody else is speaking on it, because you read it, you know what they read and what they didn't read. You already in that position to be able to make that determination. But if that person's talking to an audience who've never read the book, never even heard of the book, they won't know any better. They're none the wiser. You see? And so that's a situation. And, we don't want to be in those situations. All right, I'm just going to keep on going. So y'all having a conversation with yourself, everything, that is a joke, right? That's why, people disagreeing with science, math, history. Okay, y'all are definitely having a conversation. Black Hat, peace to Black Hat. It is to be expected from emotionally damaged people. Sorry. And we can also notice that it's only Assar that brings not just white scholars, but also African and African-American experts throughout the years, especially African. Yeah, I do have to say that, and I think that everybody can bear witness that Assar Imhotep is pretty much the only one on these familiar platforms and of YouTube and Facebook and stuff that actually introduces African scholars to the rest of us. There's actually a long list of scholars that Assar Imhotep has introduced to everyone, and these people are out there on the margins within the conflict community. They're considered out of sight, out of mind, on the margins because they're on the continent of Africa, one, and then two, the things that they write about are very highly specialized. Like when Dr. Brand spoke about his books, he separated his latest book from his earlier books into 2 categories. He said he when he spoke about the first 2, he said that they're scientific in nature, and he said it's easier to write those kind of books because all you have to do is say blah 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 blah. And he said it's very few people that will actually read those books. But his last book, he said, was fun, but it was the hardest to write because he's writing to a wider audience, and it has to be written differently than the other ones. And so I say that to say that these African scholars that Assar Imhotep has been introducing to the community, they're the type of people whose works are specialized works. They're written for, kind of like a more narrow audience, especially when it comes to linguistics and things like that. And so people just have to be mindful and be aware of that and know how to adjust themselves accordingly. I can show you a book, 2 different books that are written in that way by the same author, by the way. Like off the top of my head, there is a book that deals with the Imiduat, the Amduat. And there's one version of it where it's highly technical and more scientifically organized and structured, where the assumption is that the reader already has the fundamentals under their belt. They already know the transliteration system. They know how the scholarly orthography is with the dots, the equal signs, the suffix pronouns when they do the transliterations. There's all these assumptions are already there when you're reading the book. But then there's another version of the book without any of that. It's just written like, more storytelling and paragraph type style, and that's for a more wider audience. And so these things happen, and it's real. And so people got to understand that. I'm going down to Sat 12. You said to Shaka the word Kemet with bull means black bull, but how do you know it doesn't mean bull of the black or bull of the wetland? Are you sure the Kim describes the bull color? No, I was saying that to make a point. So let me, I was saying that to make a point with Shaka and Dugu Kemet last night. Because remember, in the context of him bringing that up, what did he say? And so he was saying that Dr. Winneman contradicted himself. So you have to go back to the claim. The claim originally was Dr. Winneman contradicted himself. And you ask, how did he contradict himself? And so he's talking about the glyph with the bull in it being translated as black bull. Dr. Winneman translated it as that, black bull. But then when he showed the other word that's supposed to spell Kemet, the only thing that changed was the determinatives. So according to Shaka and Dugu Kemet and others who don't understand enough about the grammar, they assume that the same exact thing applies. So they did a transfer. They transfer over. So if this one means black bull, then this one must mean black people. So it would be the other way around. So if you ask me, how do I not know the bull means wetland? I was going off of the point of him making that he was making that was saying that Whitterman said that it means black bull. And so my focus was on Kemet and the change, because he asked for what is the grammar rule that allows you to switch it like that? And I was telling him what it was, but see, he's not familiar enough. Like, you know how somebody asks you a question and you answer it, but they don't know that you gave them the answer because they don't know enough? That's what was going on. I told him to look into relational adjectives. I mean, I kept saying that. Look into relational adjectives and how they're formed. They're formed from substantives or prepositions, etc. I was saying that without trying to give a whole lesson, because these are things we talked about like all the way back from 2019. I wrote a whole essay. I wrote a essay along with Asar Motep and Sanjeti in a book that we published for the ASCAT conference. And in there, I'm breaking down relational adjectives and how they're formed in the Egyptian language and what they function as, what we call them today, demonyms and stuff. So, yeah, that's to that. Let's see. But again, Sat 12, what you're saying right there is the reverse. You see, so it would be as if the argument was, if Kemet was already being agreed upon that it means, those of the black land, then show the bull one and say, well, okay, the bull one means the bull of the black land, the bull of the black land. So if one means the people of the black land, why doesn't the other one mean the bull of the black land? That's essentially what you're asking, what you type right there. All right, so Sarah, the term for male Asiatic in ancient Egyptian language becomes synonymous with slave. Is this correct? Which word is that? Type out the word that you're talking about, Sarah, because off the top of my head, I'm not sure where you are with that. And Emiket, if you still there, if you have any comments or anything, feel free. Ionic, Oh,
Just to,
Isonic.
if you can hear me,
Yeah, yeah.
we just went over that with Sarah. The word that he was saying was the word for the Asiatics, Amu.
Oh, okay, Amu. Okay, what about Amu? Okay, so why is it saying male Asiatic and not just Asiatic?
That is something that he got from Wikipedia. So I did look into it a bit, and I did tell him that the words, obviously in the dictionaries you don't find that, or people actually translating that as slaves, and there are different words that you can find for slaves in the Sesh. But the fact that you have people, Asiatics, and also the Nehisi sometimes being enslaved, maybe that's what could have been alluded to that. So, but then he did come back and he asked me if I had any sources. So I gave him sources where you could find the words that I gave him for slaves and things like that. So I gave him one of the sources was the Satire of Trades. You also have other ones as well, but I gave him that, and then he came back and he asked me about the dictionary, which is what I'm going over with him now. I gave him the Vigus dictionary where he can find things like Nehisi, sometimes being translated as
But
slaves. But
you doing all this in the chat?
exactly, so that's why at this
you
point
said
I'm actually so.
I'm going over. It's like y'all having a
No,
whole
but
conversation in the room.
listen. If you just read my last comment, because I am so tired of what is Sarah, because it seems like Sarah is being combative and is trying to test us, and because all this me offering all this, Sarah just disappears and then comes back and asks another question and then disappears, never says a thank you, never even comes back and say I looked at it or blah 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 blah. So I
Okay.
already know that the person is trolling and and all that, but I think we are pretty much done with Sarah at this point until you know he has
All right.
something.
Well, I'm still going down the list of the comments. So I'll probably get to some of them. So I'm at Isonic right now. Exactly. Well, two people can read the same material and come out with different understanding. That's definitely true. That is why you need education to keep you in check. Yeah, that's definitely That's exactly it. You know, and the same can be with listening. Yep, reading and listening. That's why I said comprehension. Period. Comprehension. Period. Reading or listening. It's about understanding. Remember, comprehension comes from a word which means to grasp within the mind, and when you grasp it, you hold it. You have to wrap your fingers around. Hold it. You wrap your mind. That's what we get to saying. I need to wrap my head around that. I didn't wrap my mind around that. Give me a while. Or we'll say these metaphors. Let it marinate for a while. Let it marinate. Let it sink in. We like let it settle. Let that marinate for a while. We'll say things like that. This is all geared towards the whole aspect of understanding and proper matching of communication. The goal of communication is to transmit thoughts from one human being to another without alteration. That's the ultimate goal. But it's hard when people don't share the exact same signs in their minds. And we went over all that stuff in several different shows. And it said calf at the top of the page, like Emmy pointed out. Oh yeah. The page, it says driving the calves. Yep, it surely does. There's last night. There's a whole lot that I left out of last night's conversation about the driving of the calves, and I did that because of time, and then also in case somebody wanted to question or challenge things. There's so many other things that I could show that would just take up more time, and I didn't want to take up too much more time about the driving of the calves. But the whole point of all of this, y'all, is really to steer people away. It's almost like I feel like I am a what do you call it? A traffic person directing traffic. I'm trying to set up these cones, these traffic cones, to direct traffic away from the accident. Like I'm putting flares on the ground. I got these reflective triangles. I got these big round cylindrical orange things, curved around the road. I got these cement barriers up. I'm doing my best to try to detour people away from the accident, the 50 car pileup. And the 50 car pileup is this anachronistic BS that's been going on for 50 years. That's just a big old accident. Smashed up cars. It's just a bunch of smashed up ideas on both sides, polarized ideas on both sides of the room. People fussing, arguing, and fighting about something that is anachronistic in its very nature. And so here I am. I'm trying to redirect traffic to go down the clear road, the scenic road, the road with all the palm trees on it, and all the lovely restaurants on the side where you can stop anywhere you want to go and stuff. But then everybody want to run through the pylons and everything and head straight for the crash and be an additional car on top of the other cars just wrecked up. That's what it is. That's what this is like. That whole Black Egypt thing is anachronistic in nature, and it's a waste of time. And I'm telling you, it's an easy, quick fix to all of that, to all of it. Just simply identify the ancient Egyptians as they identified themselves. Period. That's it. At the very least, just say they're Egyptian. That's it. You don't have to worry about supra-Sahara, sub-Sahara, or anything like that. You don't even have to say Egypt is in North Africa. Because I'm going to tell you, anybody that talks about Egypt that already don't know that it's where it is, like that it's in North Africa geographically, they have no business talking about Egypt then. So it's not necessary to say the Egyptians are North Africans and Egypt is in Northeast Africa. Like, all that stuff is juvenile, and it's a waste of time. Just let the Egyptians be the Egyptians. The only way you can learn about them and what they did and everything like that is to study the culture. And the only way you can really study the culture and become intimate with the culture is by going through its language. Hands down. You can't get around that. You can't get around that. MK, okay, it's MK. You going back and forth. He says, I already gave you a source, but I'm sure you're stuck on good minute. Okay. The source is all right, that's what you were talking about. LA, Oklahoma, I can tell what you Dr. Clark. He said, I can tell what you have not read by the way you're talking. Yeah. That statement is exactly like when you're already familiar with something and then somebody tries to talk about it, you can recognize it. And it's all that's based on experience, what you have experienced, what you've read and what you've already experienced. You can tell. So, keep on going. So Sarah says, woo. The term for male Asiatic in ancient Egyptian language became synonymous with slave. Oh, okay. That you already dealt with that. Oh, we got Mo. Miss Dr. Mo Lamb. She is in the building. Haven't seen Mo in a while. If you're still there, how you doing? Monica Lamb, y'all, is in the building. We had the brother Commission Adept Hierophant is in the building. I'm gonna call him Commission Mr. Commission Patience. Commission Mr. Patience Adept. I'm gonna keep on going down. Oh, they're stuck with applying grammar as we do English. That's a good point, Monica. And when I teach the Egyptian grammar, before I even get into the actual Egyptian grammar proper, I always do a refresh on just grammar in general using English grammar, because we're all speaking English. And so in in the upcoming book, because I'm working on the grammar book, the first part of the book, the very first things that are discussed is all the grammatical issues coming from an English perspective. Because here's the reason why you have to do it that way. You always have to compare and contrast with what somebody already knows with what you're trying to feed them for the first time. Especially in situations like this, dealing with languages and things. So, like, for example, I'm going to give you an example everybody can identify with. If I say, like, most people take Spanish, statistically, I think most people in the United States take Spanish over any of the other foreign languages. And somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think statistically, there's more people that take up Spanish as a second language. But in high school, I know they always offer French and Spanish as like the definite two main languages, and more people take Spanish than they did French, at least when I was in school and everything. But here's my point. I'm going to use the Spanish word. If I say the Spanish word, let's see, what's a good word that's not too common, but common? What's a good word? What's a good word? I'm trying to think of something that's not like real common. Okay, if I just say the phrase por qué, or qué, just say qué. Now, here's what happens when you do that, and I guarantee you, any of y'all that have ever taken Spanish and are remotely familiar with that word qué, what your mind does, your mind internally, no matter how fast or slow, but your mind translates it into English. So your mind is gonna take me saying "qué," and it's gonna switch it to the word "what." What? Like a question. What? ¿Qué? ¿Por qué? Why? Or for what? ¿Qué? Why? I mean, what? And so, and I just use that as a quick ad hoc example that one aspect of learning is what do you call it? What do they call it? Is associative, and it's accumulative. It's accumulative and associative at the same time. And so I say that to say that especially when dealing with grammar, a lot of people need brushing up on their English grammar before they can even understand a grammar of a foreign language. So you got to go over what's a substantive. Like, a lot of people don't know that adjectives and nouns are the same. Like, excuse me, adjectives are nouns, put it that way. A lot of people don't know that. Adjectives are nouns. But the reason why that escapes a lot of people, because one, they don't even know, they don't ever put it that way, the adjectives. Now, what do you mean adjectives or nouns? Man, when I learned the what do you call it? We call them word classes, but when I learned the different word classes, to my understanding, what I remember is a noun is a noun and the adjective is a separate thing. And I'm like, no. Adjectives are nouns. But what adjectives are not are substantives. And see, that's what people don't. We in English, we lost that whole layer of substantives and adjectives, both of those being nouns, nomens. That's why they behave the same. That's why they're declined the same way. They receive the same declensional endings and whatnot. And it explains all of that. But anyway, I'm just giving an example. Little things like that you have to go over, because then when you start learning the Egyptian grammar, you'll see how these word classes function and are being used, and how an adjective that serves as an attribution or an attributive adjective to a substantive, it has to match in gender and number. They have to match, and it's called concordance, where they have to agree in gender and number. So if I want to say, for example, if I say majat, which is the word for book in Egyptian, it literally means scroll, but today we would say book, right? Majat, it's a book. Now, if I want to describe that book with some kind of adjective, attributive adjective, let's say I want to say red book. That's all I want to say, red book. I would have to say majat desheret, because the word majat is a singular feminine substantive. Therefore, the adjective has to match in gender and number. So it has to be feminine and it has to be singular. So I have to say desheret. Even though the word for red is desher, I have to make it grammatically feminine by adding the T, making it desheret. So it's majat desheret. And that means red book, which is a phrase. It's not a sentence. But if I want to say the book is red, which is a sentence, I can say desher majat. You see how I moved the adjective in the front. Now the adjective becomes the predicate. So now we call it a predicative adjective. So now it doesn't have to match in gender and number, and it defaults to the masculine singular. So now I have desher majat, which is a difference. Now it's a sentence. The book is red, as opposed to the phrase red book. Mashat desheret. And so little things like that, in order to fully grasp and understand, people have to, get brushed up on the familiar grammar, that being English. So that's why that has to be done. And this is why I said last night to the brother that, people got to really stop pretending to understand the Egyptian grammar. And I can tell that, and I'm not anybody special or anything like that, and I'm not trying to apply that, but because being familiar with it and been teaching it for over 10 years, certain things are just clear and obvious very quick. I can tell when people are misusing terms and whatnot. Like when people say, the feminine T rule, there's no such thing. And stuff like that. Anyway, all right, I'm gonna keep on going down. And I think I'm getting behind. I'm taking too long with this conversation. Y'all let me know. Emicat, any indication that I need to post a link? I'm definitely not pulling an all-nighter. Boy, last night was crazy.
No, I don't see any indication. But if somebody has questions that they feel they can't ask in the chat, like it would take too long typing, related to this particular topic, then please let us know in the chat if you want to come on the panel. But otherwise, so far, I don't see anything.
Okay, so Sat12 says, okay, sorry, Shaka aside, are you saying the Kim in the word Kemet with the bull is definitely describing the color of the bull? No, I'm not saying that. Because in some dictionaries it just says bull or cattle. It doesn't say just like people, what people do is that they'll say divine black herd when the word divine is not even in it at all. And another thing, when it comes to translations, there is a what do you call it? There's space for discretion because we have this phenomenon called synonymy in languages around the world, right? Where there's more than one way to say the same thing. And so you have on the lexical level synonyms, but then on a more broader level, you have syntactic synonymy going on, where you can so you go broader than the single word, and you could say the same thing in a different way. So you in other words, I can say two different sentences. Like I can put up two sentences that use different words in each sentence, but I'm really saying the same thing. But then on the lexical level, on the solo individual word level, you have synonyms. And so when it comes to translations, there's a lot of play area. There's a lot of wiggle room there. And I'm only saying that to say that a lot of people inject some things that sometimes are questionable. It's like a stretch. They stretch it too far and whatnot. But anyway, to answer your question, no. All right. Not necessarily. Let me put it that way. Let's keep going down. Keep going. Let me see if I have some examples to show. Let me see just real quick. Do I have an example? I don't think I showed any of this last night. Oh, I know I didn't. But I want to show an example of something. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this right here. Now, I've used this example before. This is something I just have handy. So I'm going to show you all this as an example. Okay. Is my screen big? Yep. All right. So y'all see these 3 words on the screen. So what do you notice from the screen? I'm not going to wait for anybody to answer that. I'm just going to talk through it. So the very first word at the top is, well, let's look at the glyphs of all of them. The first word has one single glyph, and it's a picture of an elephant. The next word has 3 glyphs that includes a picture of an elephant. You have a chisel, you have a quail chick, and you have an elephant. The last word is an elephant, a kneeling man, squatting woman, and triple stroke determinative. All right. Now, all 3 of these words are transliterated identically. Abu, Abu, Abu. And because it's transliterated the same, we conventionally, and I stress conventionally, we conventionally pronounce it the same. Abu, Abu, Abu. So on the transliteration side of things, these are homographs and homophones. Both. They sound alike and they look alike. But the first 2 are identical in meaning. This is one way to spell Abu, which means elephant. Here's another way to spell elephant, to spell it out, Abu. This first glyph represents the ab, which we transliterate. It looks like I call it a diacritic 3 because this transliteration system that I'm using here is the diacritic one. In manual decodage, I will put a capital A there. Abu. And the quail chick is representing the W. Okay, and then this elephant in this one is serving as a classifier, aka determinative. And it means elephant. So now check this out. Using the logic and using the lack of knowing the various aspects of the grammar in ancient Egyptian, if people stuck strictly to what we've been seeing on these various different platforms, what people will do with this last one is, because this elephant this glyph right here means elephant, and it is an elephant. If I put the people determinative, the man and woman determinative, along with the triple stroke determinative together to represent people, then I must be, according to the restricted logic of people that we've seen, then this must be elephant people. Elephant people. As if there are people walking around like the Elephant Man with a snout, husk, ivory husk, large ears, and like as if there's people that are actually elephants or elephant people. But that's not what this word means. This word down here means the inhabitants of this place called Abu. This is an actual place. named Abu. That today we more popularly known as Elephantine or Elephantine, which is down there near Aswan, Egypt, to this very day. So what this word is saying is the inhabitants of Elephantine, or what the ancient Egyptians called the city of Abu. It doesn't mean that they're elephants. So likewise with this word here, when people do the same thing with this word here, they say this Kemet means black, and therefore I'm going to use the people, the male and female, man and woman here, and the triple stroke determinative. This means people, therefore black people. Not understanding that this Kemet here is the place, the toponym. So it's talking about the people who belong to this place, Kemet. So in today's term, we would just simply say Egyptians, because the word Egyptian means inhabitants of Egypt. But if we don't want to use these modern terms and stick to the indigenous terms, we would say these are the inhabitants of Kemet. That's what this will be, the inhabitants of Kemet. It's really just that simple. Everybody else is making it way more difficult than it ever has to be, all because of this hell-bent desire to be anachronistic and put a modern social construct of black on ancient people as if they saw things in those terms, as if it wasn't about ethnicity, as if it was about race, when it wasn't. Our version of race. I could do the same thing with fish. This word here is called khat, which is the name of a sharp-nosed fish, and that's what it means. If I put people behind it, man and woman in the triple stroke, am I saying that these people are fish? Are these people sharp-nosed fishes? No, this is a place. This Hat is actually a city. It's a place. So I'm saying the inhabitants of this place. Same thing with, I think I had some examples. Nope, not right there. I did have some examples somewhere. I think right here. Here's some examples. We have toponyms on the left, and we have relational adjectives on the right. And so we have this word here, the duat. And over here we have duat. The duat is a place. Over here is the inhabitants of this place, those who dwell in the duat. Iram, which is a place in Ta-Nehisi, as a matter of fact. Then we have Iremtiu, those who dwell in this place, Iram. Amentit, which is a place, west. Amentiu, those who inhabit the west, those who are westerners. They don't mean that they are the west. Those who dwell there, pertain to, related to. Last one, or that as an example, we have Aket, which is the horizon. Over here we have Aketiu, dwellers of the horizon, or horizon dwellers, inhabitants of the horizon, however you want to word it. It doesn't mean that they are the horizon. And that's one thing that you learn when you're studying the grammar and everything. You'll know the do's and don'ts. You don't put an equation on these things. You don't say A equals B. You say A pertains to or relates to B. It's not an equation. One doesn't become the other thing. It relates to it. That's why they call it a relational adjective, aka nisba or nisbi. And you know, we got tons of videos on that. I've been over this stuff like 4 or 5 times on our channel alone. So anyway, you know, just wanted to kind of share that. And another thing, let me show you all this. I know nobody asked about this, but this did come up, and you know, I'm just gonna share this right now. Maybe y'all learned something. Maybe those who know this will be reminded of it. So you all may have heard me say several times in the past that 2 things. Pretty much in any language, the hardest part of learning any language is the verbal system of that language. So that's one thing I always say, which is true. The verbal system is pretty much the most complex part of a language, usually. And I'm not trying to speak in absolutes, but most of them. All right. That's that. Number 2 is something I always say is that one of the hardest things to translate are names. By their very nature, names are very condensed grammatical entities. They're highly abbreviated and highly condensed. They don't have all the elements to form, you know, full things a lot of times. And then even as far as Egyptian, when you see them spelled, a lot of glyphs are omitted for space and for group writing. You know, becomes kind of fossilized as a group writing thing where they omit glyphs that should be there. So anyway, so here's some examples, right? And so I have an example of names that are actually participles. So like the famous name Unaz, well, people say Unaz, but it's really Wenu Is or Winis. And his name means he who really exists. And you got to remember, names have meaning. And names in a language, even though they elevate it to a proper name and even an appellation, they have a meaning. Like they come from regular words in the language. So that's the first one. Next one is Sa'anku Kare or Sa'ank Kare or Ra. It means he who perpetuates the Ka Ra. Last one is a participle is Sahetep Ibra, he who satisfies the mind of Ra. Some people translate that as the heart of Ra. Then I have 3 examples of a nonverbal sentence. And see, English, we don't even have that. There's no such thing as a nonverbal sentence in English. Like how you gonna have a sentence without a verb in English? Like we're like, what? That's totally alien to us. But Egyptian has it. So you have Amen Imhat. I'm sure everybody heard of that king. Amen Imhat. It means Amen is up front. Next one, Horemheb. 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 Heru is festive. Last one here is Mentu Hotep or Manchu Hetepu, which is the full rendition of it, but we simply say Mentu Hotep. It means Menchu or Mentu is satisfied. 2 examples of adjectival sentences. Jesser Ka Ra. The Ka of Ra is sacred. Notice how Jesser is the word sacred. It comes first because it's the predicate. Because this is an actual sentence. So literally it would say sacred Ka Ra. Sacred Ka of Ra. But in English we have to know that's not correct in English, so we have to change it in English. So even though literally word for word in Egyptian it's sacred Ka Ra, but in English we have to say the Ka of Ra is sacred because Jesser is in the predicate, which is sacred. Oops, scoot the wrong thing over. Which is sacred. That's the predicate. Next one, same thing. Nefer Ka Ra. The Ka of Ra is perfect. Nefer meaning perfect. Last one as a verbal sentence, Keper Ka Ra. The Ka of Ra comes into being because the word Keper is the verb and the verb is coming first. And Ka Ra being its object, Ka being the object of that verb. What comes into being? The Ka comes into being. Who does the ka belong to? Ra. So you have a genitive construction along with a verbal predicate. And see, these are the kind of things that you learn when you actually, when you taking up the Egyptian grammar. And I'm just going over these. Excuse me. I'm going over these basic things right here, just to give you an example. Now, the purpose of me showing this, one of the reasons why I wanted to show this is, one, to show these different varieties of names. But then, let's see, do I have this other example? Okay, I want to show you an example of something of what people do. And so I don't have a slide for it, but I'm gonna do it on the screen. This is something that people do too, so I'm gonna give you an example. So if I have this here, what's a good one? And I know that spell check is gonna come in there. Okay. So if I write this word right here, right? Eneb Kim. What people will do is this is what has happened. So I'm not speaking hypothetically. This is what people have done time and time again over the years. If you see this word here, Eneb Kim, and it's a person's name. So if you know that this is a person's name, Eneb Kim, what people have done and will do, they'll translate this as Eneb, the black man, or Eneb, the black. That's what this is how they would translate it. You see it all the time. Eneb, the black, or Eneb, the black man. That's how they would translate that. And some of y'all looking at this may I see anything wrong with that. But when people do that, what they're doing is they're leaving Eneb untranslated and only translating the Kim part because of this anachronistic focus, this whole blackout thing that's going on in a lot of people's minds. So they say Eneb the black or Eneb the black man. But if you really look at the word Eneb means wall. And Kim is an attributive adjective. So this phrase is really saying black wall. That's what this is saying, black wall. That's what this phrase actually means. But because it's an appellation, which means that it is a label for a person, the person is the referent, then this person's name is Black Wall. It's not trying to describe the person at all. It's saying the person, for whatever reason he was named, but he's named the Black Wall. And that could be for a number of reasons. He could have been a master masonry, building walls and stuff and everything. They or he comes from a family of that, got that name, Black Wall, or whatever the case is. But in no shape or form or fashion is it trying to describe the person as a black man or anything. And this is what people have done and will do. I guarantee if I wait 30 days, if I wait a month and put this up on Facebook somewhere, somebody's going to do it. And I've done this. I've done this over the years. I've used different names and done the same thing. People never fail. Eneb, the black man. Eneb, black. Instead of saying Black Wall. Go ahead, MK. You going to say something?
And I was just going to say that it's crazy because that just is completely something that people make up in their head, like putting the man in there. Because if you understood grammar, the only possible explanation that you would actually come up with when you understand grammar is probably you can say that Eneb Kem would probably mean that the wall, the wall, the black. So it would be like the wall, which is black, But never ever would you like try to put a man in there, all of a sudden. So it would be the wall or that the wall, the black one, and that will then translate into the black wall.
And when you say the wall, the black one, now instead of it being a genitive construction, which is two words juxtaposed together, showing possession. Oh, not genitive. Excuse me. As an attributive adjective, so you have wall black, but in English we would say black wall. We don't talk like that. Same thing in Spanish. We say Casa Blanca. We don't say house white. We say white house. So we have Ineb Kim, which is black, and then wall. You can look at it in when these two words are juxtaposed together as a construction of apposition, which means that these two things are separate. So the wall is the wall, and then Kim represent the black one. And you put a comma there, so you say the wall, the black one. And that's the same as black wall. And that's what you were saying, Emiket. So it's still not saying Ineb the black or Ineb the black man, as if Ineb is the name, but then Kim is something else. So anyway, I just wanted to show y'all that example of sometimes when people go wrong with that. So there y'all have it with that. Anything else I'm missing? Because I'm going down the list, boy. 20 years. What's that? It said 20 years. Remember those black Egyptians from February 2024? Call them what they call themselves. Okay, the session. Yep. Call them what they call themselves. Commission sophomaniac. Sophomania is delusion of superior intelligence. Therefore, a person who is thinking or under the impression that they are highly intelligent, then they might be a sophomaniac. Okay. Grammar for us is taught in the 5th grade. No other classes after that. If you are not forced to use correct English, you will use it incorrectly. That is so true. When studying another language, you sometimes automatically revert back to English. Yeah, you always do. And it takes time because in the process of learning a new language, you're doing word substitution. You're starting off with word substitution until you gain the internal experience or insperience of the word. Like you have to submerge yourself so you can shut that translator off in your mind. To where I can say, like, for example, I say Hotep so much that I don't translate it in my mind to the word peace or rest or satisfaction or anything like that. I say Hotep alone, and that's the only thing that rings in my mind when I say it. So this is true for any word. And so that takes time. And that's how we actually learn our any second language. Primary language, your first language, is learned differently. Okay, keep on going down. I'm just trying to look for any wait, let's see. It said Sad, you may want to watch this video. Timestamp Kemet, the Kemet land glyph and the overturning of signs. Oh, okay. That's something else. Loaded question, but which time period 3,000 years ago of Kemet to choose from is a long time for mixing, coming, going, melting pot? Oh, okay, he's quoting. Question. Going back. I'm just going down the list. I'm trying to go more. Okay, now Commission says here the first Abu is more ancient. Medarani Kemet. The last two are more recent based on artificial transcriptions as it relates to to Ptolemaic glyphs. Okay. Commission about to open up a can. I think there's some worms in it. I'm gonna come back to that. I just think I'm trying to catch up to the most recent comment. Make sure I'm not missing any questions. Commission also says, when did the word black originate? Black is a noun, Old English black, the color black. Also, ink from noun used. It's tested late. 14 said Kim means black is like creation came before building blocks of creation. Yeah, if you on that point, Commission, if you look further back in the history of the word black, it comes from the same. It comes from the same source as the word for blank and bleach, and it's understood way before all of this that both black and white, which is where we get the in the Romance language is blanca. The word blanca and black are the same. Blanca is Spanish for white. When we say Casa Blanca, we're saying White House. And black come from the same source, same root, same etymological word. And it's really describing where they branch off. It's describing two different pathways of a combustion process. The ignition of something and then the consumption of it and its finished stage. So it's the beginning stage and the ending stage of a combustion, of act of combustion. So you have to ignite something and it glows very bright. That's where you get the word blanc or white. Then as it burns, it glows and shines. And then as the material is used up, the energy is used up, it turns dark and it comes to its end, the end of the cycle. And that's where you get that side of the combustion, which is black. So it starts off white and it ends black. So the beginning is white and the ending is black. We keep on going down. So Sat 12, you and Sat 12, it says, I am arguing that Kim is not describing the bull's color, but when Shaka asked Wu Wu said that Kim it meant black bull, I would say it is bull cattle of the black place. Yeah. So y'all still talking about that. So Sat 12, I was saying that because of Shaka Afmos, I said Shaka Afmos, Shaka and Dugu Kimmett's charge and accusation against Dr. Winneman to move it forward. He's saying that Dr. Winneman, and he said he emailed him, didn't get a response, and so on and so forth. That's why I said let's leave him out of it. But he was saying that no, not Dr. Winneman. Yeah, Dr. Winneman on the Black Bull part. But he was also saying that Dr. Brand that we went over tonight vindicated Diop. All right. So, but Sat 12, it will depend on the context of that, because you know that the most famous black bull, it will probably be the Hep or Apis bull, which is the actual color black, and it has these certain indicative signs on it, under his tongue, on his forehead, and on his back, that are signs that told the ancient Egyptians that this particular bull was sacred, and they had certain ideas and concepts around that. And so depending on what the context is, you may have to make that determination. And that's the thing, when people want to discuss words standing alone by themselves, it causes problems. That's why I encourage. So I'm at the current comment now. That's why I always encourage people to study semantics and pragmatics, so you can understand the importance and function of context. So, yeah. Now let me go back up. He was saying something about I forgot. MK, you have anything?
No, not really. I was trying to answer the question, but I think you've answered it, and yeah.
Which one?
Oh, that
Which one
was
was
the
that?
one with Sat 12, yeah, in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Other than that, well, I had something different to show, but that was for Ankomajet, and I don't think he's there anymore. So um, I will
Oh,
wait until next time.
okay, sure. All right.
Yeah, I don't know, because yeah, I don't know if other people have the same issues that he has, but because he was mixing up all those things about ethnicities and nationality, and he was asking about, it was considering English as an ethnicity, and then even Russian as an ethnicity, and things of that nature. And because I know that he's definitely Uncle Majed is somebody who like always kind of wants to learn, so I was kind of hoping to clear that for him, but I don't know if he will check it out next time if I was to go over it.
Okay, I see. I mean, you never know. But okay, I think I skipped something. I said I'll come back to. I think it was commissions. It was earlier. I don't see it anymore. I think I scrolled down too far. Um,
Okay, well,
it was something
whenever
about
he.
Abu.
Okay.
Um, fact of the matter, where'd it go? Oh, here it is.
Okay.
So okay, so commission, if you're still there, you said that the first Abu. So let me put that back on the screen, so everybody know what you're talking about. And where did it go? Where did it go? All right, right here. So this is what I had on the screen before. And so you're saying that the first Abu is more ancient. Medu, Rani Kemet, or Ray and Kemet. The last two are more recent, based on artificial transcription as it relates to Ptolemaic hieroglyphs. Okay, so commission. I just want to say that that's not correct. The um, the second one, the second one here, goes all the way back to the pyramid text of Unes. So it's attested all the way back in the pyramid text, and there's no way that anybody could say the pyramid texts were written during the Ptolemaic era of time at all. This chisel and quail chick are very old. They're not Ptolemaic glyphs. Remember, in ancient Egypt, they started off with pretty much a stable repertoire of 700 glyphs. And then when the Ptolemaic era came about, then it exploded into 7,000 glyphs. So I know that that's probably what you're referring to, but that's not to be applied to these glyphs that I have on the screen. These glyphs are pre Ptolemaic. You know, like I said, this second one right here, this second rendition is found in the pyramid text itself, and it's not in hieratic, it's not in anything. It's actually formal, what's properly called Sesh Medew Netcher. That's what the actual hieroglyphs are called, Sesh Medew Netcher. Rani Kemet is the actual language, spoken language. Comes from the idea of Ra or Ro, meaning the mouth, that which comes out the mouth. Is the mouth belonging to Kemet, Ra Ni Kemet. If you say Medu Rani Kemet, or Medu Ni Kemet or whatever, Medu meaning words, and Medu Ra being mouth, Medu being words, Ni Kemet is of Kemet, out of the words mouth. But anyway, so I just wanted to make sure that that's understood. And matter of fact, I don't want anybody to kind of like take me off of just saying so. So let me see if I could get a reference for people to check out on their own. Okay, you can find this, I believe. Let me see. Nope, I want to make sure I'm right because I know how people are going to be. Ujau said. Ujau said. Okay, so here is where you can find it. Let me put this on the screen. Put this reference right here. You can find this in Pyramid Text 230. of Unas or Winis. Pyramid text of Winis, what they call spell or utterance 230. All right, you can find this. All right, so hopefully everybody can see that. But listen, if there's nothing else, you know, I'm gonna definitely close out early, way earlier than I did last night. Yeah, so just to kind of do a quick a recap of the interview. I think the interview, you know, as far as the scholar, Dr. Brand, I found pretty much everything that he was saying. I don't have any real problems with anything that he said, other than what stood out at the beginning is at first he didn't know if that word that was on the screen that was being shown to him was a real word or did somebody just make it up. And while he was in that state of mind that he did not know if it was even a real word, he looked at it and made the assumption that the Kim in that word was the Kim that means black. And so that was a clear-cut example of when you hear me and you hear Brother Asar Imhotep will say that scholars will make an assumption, and that's exactly what we mean. He assumed that that's the Kim that means black. But based on what? There are other words that in the language that are also spelled that way, Kim, that don't mean black. You know, so what was it based on? So that stood out, but that's, you know, it's something that stood out good because it supports, you know, the reason why we point that out. You know, yeah. So that stood out. And what was another thing? And then a couple of things that stood out only because he was saying the same things I've been saying for years, which was he talked about Kemet proper. What the Egyptians saw as Kemet was just the part at the river. A certain, like, you have the river itself, then you have its banks, and then you have, like, from the water going away from the water up to, like, let's just say I'm gonna throw a hypothetical number out there. Let's say I didn't want to say 2 miles, but let's say a mile. So you have the river itself, which is the water. Then you have the bank, and if you had a long tape measure from the river bank a mile going away from the water, or 2 miles away. All of that was Kemet because that area had access to water by direct access to the river itself or through irrigation channels or irrigation systems or water canals. Then beyond that, you have a stark contrast, like night and day, of the desert, Desheret. You could literally have 1 foot in Kemet and 1 foot in Desheret at the same time. And he said that once you leave that area that had access to water, you are no longer in Kemet proper. Even though the whole geographical territory, today we understand that to be Kemet, which includes Kemet and Desheret. But you know, that causes problems though. People need to really start looking at it for what it really was, which is Kemet is really the only area that had access to water. We prefer to say, or I prefer to say, a riparian zone, because just calling it that shuts down all the arguments, but people don't like that. See, people like the conflict. They don't want to shut things down, so they'll say things like, where can I find riparian in a dictionary? And everything like that. I'm like, well, you can find riparian in a dictionary, but you won't find Kemet being translated as riparian in a dictionary. But I guarantee you that everybody who wrote those dictionaries will agree that Kemet is a riparian zone, even though they don't translate the word Kemet as such. But that's what it is. It's just an elaboration. Same thing that the word Kemet literally, they say literally it means black land, but then they add extra, they explain it by saying fertile land. Well, the blackness, they call it a black land because of the silt that comes down from upstream, and it puts this liquid fertilizer all over the floodplain, and it fertilized that part. So that's why they call it the black land, because it's really the fertile land and blah blah blah. See, they'll accept all that extra stuff, even though the word literally, as they say, means black land. Talking about the black land. But when we do it, we say, well, it is a riparian zone. Riparian zone, right? From riparian, which is adjacent land that's adjacent to a water, that has access to water, that grows vegetation, that's suitable for animals and humans. Like, duh, that's exactly what Egypt is. But was I going to show something? Guess not. MK, you have anything?
Sonic was asking if you had answered his question. And I think you highlighted it. So I'm going back to see what it was. Oh, his last question. I just had it.
Okay. I think are you able to show comments?
Not sure. I don't know how to work this side of things.
All right.
But so I don't want to mess anything up just yet. But I think I can find it real quickly or not. But I think it was something to do with relations between the ancient Egyptians and the modern. Who?
Oh, right here. Did I miss some? Because who in modern day is most related to ancient Kemet people, the pyramid builders, and the writers of hieroglyphs? Okay, in what way are you saying related? Because now watch, the DNA is about to come up. So sound the alarm. DNA is about to come up. So Isonic, my question, in order to get clarification, in what way are you saying related when you say who in modern day is most related to ancient Kemet people? So clarify that for me. Yeah, I see you said just the same people. Descendants, are you talking about biologically? Like descendant, blood, like ancestry? Is that what you're referring to? Because like I said, you're although you didn't say it in your question, your question is a biological one. It's gonna invoke biology. He said, "Why assume my question?" No, I'm asking. See, that's what I didn't want to do. That's why I asked for clarification. So let me highlight your comments here. You said just the same people. You said descendants. When you say descendants, are you speaking genetic descendants or cultural descendants? So, I need clarification. And most likely when people ask that question, they're on the biological side. It's gonna invoke genetic descendants and DNA and things like that. Now, you may not necessarily be doing that. That's why I'm asking for clarification. You said in any way out of all humans. Yeah, but you have to base the relatedness on something. Because see, I can take your question and strictly speak language and say, okay, who speaks? I could be like, okay, the relationship is the language. So who speaks the closest language to the pyramid builders and the people who are responsible for the hieroglyphs? I say I could take your question to mean that. And probably answer you and say that the Copts, the Coptics, the Copts in Egypt, and I could probably mention some others as well. Or I can take your question to be cultural and say, okay, who retained the most cultural items from ancient Egypt, recognizable cultural items from ancient Egypt that's alive today? I could take it as that and then try to answer it that way. Or I can go the genetic route and say, okay, who are the descendants, as you said descendants yourself. Who are the descendants of the ancient Egyptians, the pyramid builders, and those who are responsible for the glyphs and things, you know? So I just saw clarification, and I'm doing this because your question, you may not believe it, but your question is very vague. So vague questions usually gets a vague response. But so I'm gonna say it like this, to cover a couple of them. Language wise, you definitely have the Copts in the running. Cultural wise, there are people. If I add up all the things that I will assume that you could possibly be talking about, I think I would probably even include the I want to get the name of the people correct, so give me a second. I'm gonna tell you the name of the people right here. The Falahin, the Falahim. Have you ever heard of the Falahim? People that are identified as the Falahim people. Have you ever heard that before? Just let me know. Okay, so I heard of him. Okay, so if you heard of them, then you probably know a bit about them. So I just wanted your answer so I can focus reading on it. Okay, well, look into the Falahim, and maybe round back and we can revisit that. And I'm just saying that because that will be one group of people that are in the running. All right, Falahim. Other than that, anything else? Okay, Commission. Let's see. Commission was saying something. Don't want to miss, because I'm not sure what he was saying. Where he said, just because you apply that methodology doesn't mean the ancestors demonstrated that way. You would have to find an ancient alphabet chart attested to the time of the pyramid text. No, I can show you. I'm saying I'm not sure this is directed to me, but because earlier you said something about Champollion. Okay, here you go. You said, I'm saying the Ptolemaic methodology is faulty to apply to ancient signs, as Champollion methodology would only apply to Ptolemaic glyphs. You said it would only apply to Ptolemaic glyphs. No, that's definitely not true. Definitely. That's definitely not true. It's just not true. As I said, in the pyramid text, I can show you that word and arrangement like how I had it on the screen, and it's talking about what I said it was talking about. It's talking about a place. Elephantine. I can show many instances, but that was just one. I was giving you something that was early, way earlier than Ptolemaic times. In the pyramid of Unas or Winnes, you got a pyramid of Pepi the First. Pretty much the pyramid text period, because the pyramid texts overlap each other to say the same thing in the different tombs. So all the pyramid texts have that in there. Where else can you find that? Trying to see where else you could find that. You have the inscriptions of Mentuhotep II. Let me see some others. This is all before Ptolemaic time. You have the 12th dynasty, which would be a this is actually coming from a papyrus, the Berlin papyrus. I can give you the catalog number for that, but that'll be for another time. MK, you have your last things, because I'm definitely gonna
Oh wow, it's too no. the No, actually I think that was good show, and yeah, so hopefully we get to do more interviews, but it seems like all these interviews, what was it, everything is everything, saying that we need to change the title to something like the experts agree with Wujao.
might have
you
to do
know
something like that.
so far that's what it's looking like, but yeah, looking forward to doing more. But I
Okay.
think also that we might have to ignite our divine words Wednesdays and freestyle Fridays, because also the glyphs kind of, we need to kind of get our viewers also to having some basic skills in reading, like watching us and learning with us as well. So we definitely need to ignite that.
Okay. All right. So outside of that, I'm gonna say appreciate everybody tuning in, and hopefully somebody you gain something from this commentary on there. But definitely check out the original interview, and I will be doing the same thing to the two other interviews. I believe it was two other women, actually three. You have Dr. Kara Cooney. You have DiBiase. I forget her full name. And I believe another one, Wang, I believe, Professor Wang or Dr. Wang. And so I have to watch all of those, and then I'll be doing the same thing. Definitely. All right. So with that, I see Sat 12 said, the Seshu, it would be nice to interview a hieratic expert. In what regard? Like what would be what would be what would be the main thing to get out of a hieratic expert? In what aspect? You mean somebody that actually reads hieratic? Oh, Dyson, I believe. Yeah, Shesmu says Dyson. Oh yeah, Shesmu. We still. I forgot what the text. You got to remind me what the you brought up a text a while, like a week ago or so. So maybe next time live you could kind of bring that back up, because I forgot what it was. I just know it had to do with cattle or bulls or things like that. But Sat 12, what in what reference to hieratic? Well, outside of that, so it is definitely late in the morning. So appreciate everybody for tuning in, and see you all next time. Next topic, next time. Make this big before we make an exit. I was trying to buy some time, see if Sat 12 was going to let me know what aspect of hieratic, like what what would be the main questions about to a hieratic expert. Okay, Commission says, I'm saying the ancestors used their 700 glyphs in a logographic and ideographic and determinative way. They did not have an alphabet based on pictorials that was invented in the 19th century by Champollion. Commission, that's not true. The glyphs represented, remember, the purpose of a writing system is to visually represent speech. Because if they use it in a logographic way, that means, logographic means words. So that means each glyph represented a word. And if it's only 700 glyphs, that means they only have 700 words in their entire vocabulary or language. And that's just not the case. That's not true. And so they use the language to represent speech. They use the writing system, the glyphs, to visually represent speech. So their glyphs represented sounds. That's what we call them, phonographs. And that's what you're missing from your list. There are glyphs that represent sounds within their language. Yes, they had, and you got to remember, out of the 700 glyphs, all of the glyphs are pictorial, which means all 700 are pictures of something. But of the 700, they can function as up to 3 different ways. They can function as a phonograph, as a logograph, or as a determinative, aka classifier. And some people say ideograph for ideas. But they function all the ways, because you have to understand the rebus principle, because a writing system cannot successfully represent speech until you employ and apply the rebus principle, where the picture of something is no longer the picture meaning, the transfer of the meaning of the picture itself is taken away, and then the picture stands in for a sound that it represents, and no longer the actual picture itself. So, for example, the glyph of an open mouth, it's a picture of a mouth. And so pictorially, to transfer the picture meaning, it means mouth, because what you see is what you get. We call it WYSIWYG. What you see is what you get. So you see a picture of a mouth, then the intended meaning is a mouth. But once you take the intended meaning, which is what the visual picture represents, which is a mouth, you take that away, then it represents a sound in the language for the word mouth. Because people didn't walk around mute. They were actually speaking and talking. So the picture for mouth stood for the word for mouth, which is ro or ra. Ra or ro. And through the acrophonic principle, which is the first sound, the syllable, that first consonant, that liquid, which we call the R, that R sound becomes the sound that particular glyph represents, along with, in other cases, it could function as a logograph for the full word ro, which means mouth. All these things are well documented and proven. You can actually test this on all of the various different texts and things like that. But like I said, we may be able to pick up on that another time, because I'm definitely shutting this down. So I'm going to, okay, it says, he says, Sat12 says, just someone who can speak on hieratic background, history, and showing some readings of them and how to accurate transliterations of the glyphs. Oh, how accurate the transliterations of the glyphs are, and so on and so forth. Okay. I only asked that because we did a show.
I was going to say, well.
Yeah, we did a whole show on that. We didn't interview an expert, but we did a whole show showing the different hieratic, what they're calling hieratic, and see that's problematic too, by the way. And we spoke to that. We talked about simplified Sesh Medew Netcher that they call hieratic, or they call cursive hieroglyphs, and then hieratic, and we showed this different stages in development coming from the formal pictorial nature of the glyph and how it got more and more simplified down to what they're calling hieratic and everything. And we actually did a text. Now, me personally, I worked on a whole hieratic text, which was the Book of Knowing the Transformation of Ra and Overthrowing of a Pep. And I transcribed it because those are not transliterations. I know you said transliterations on the screen, but they're transcriptions. When you transcribe from one form to another, you're not transliterating it into the Latin orthography that we use for transliterations. It's like transcribing. So we transcribe from the so-called hieratic into the formal Sesh or Sesh Medew Netcher, and then we transliterated it, and then we translated it. So we did all of the steps of the Book of Knowing the Transformation of Ra and Overthrowing of a Pep. So just want everybody to understand. I'm telling you, there's a lot of videos. Oh, you got that?
Yeah, I was just going to say that it's not just video. I actually have a video where it's specific. We have a playlist, and we accurately named it Simplified Sesh Medew Netcher, but put hieratic for other people who know the hieratic term, but we prefer Simplified Sesh Medew Netcher. So these two shows actually were really good. The Divine was Wednesdays, and I think Ujao hosted that. And then I also have like a short introduction to hieratic. This video here, and actually I go over just hieratic itself, other things that make it what it is, and how it looks like, and even go over texts where I break down things of that nature, like how it is, the translation, the transcription. As you see, I use the teachings of Ptah-hotep. And so you see the hieratic, and then the transcription, and then the translation. But it just goes over even things like what to look out for, some glyphs that look the same, but are not really the same. Because a glyph like this here, sometimes it can look like it could be one for the Nejem glyph, I think for the, what is it called, this fruit, sweet fruit. But then sometimes it could also be for an owl. So those are the kind of things that you kind of have to be, aware of when dealing with hieratic. Some glyphs do look alike, but then you have to go through the context and find out. So I talk about all that. And then there's this wine labeling video as well. And I actually have a course that is designed after this particular wine labeling stuff. And it kind of helps you do some exercises in hieratic as well. So we do have a lot on this. Just wanted to share that. But just go to this playlist, and I'll put the links for both the playlist on YouTube and the course on Seba University as well. And I think it's free. The course is free, so feel free to enroll.
All right, there you go, Sat 12. We got a vid for that.
Yep.
Last question. Esai Barron said, "How you go from 700 to 7,000?" Yeah, that's amazing, isn't it? 700 glyphs from the Old and Middle Kingdom, Old and Middle Kingdom, and not until the Ptolemaic era do it explode it out to 7,000. But it was done. It was definitely done. Now there are a few books on that subject, and it's very interesting. It's something that we dealt with a long time ago. I had to refresh my reacquaint myself with that material though, to really speak on it. So I'm not going to pretend to try to speak on it until I do that. But I definitely can say it was done, and how it was done, and why, the assumptions of why it was done is very interesting. And it has a lot to do with the cryptic nature during the Ptolemaic times of even what we spoke about, Greco-Roman period, Ptolemaic period, of this explanatory nature of the writing, where things had to be kind of almost like looking at a map, and you had, at the bottom of a map you have the legend that tells you what the symbols stand for, like an inch equals a mile, the dotted lines are highways, the solid blue lines are waterways, stuff like that, how we have to have that legend there. And so as time went on, especially in the late period and getting into the Ptolemaic era and everything, things were more explanatory, and the interpretations of those things were actually documented. And so certain glyphs, a lot of glyphs were reused and repurposed and turned into more cryptic aspects, used in more cryptic ways. And it was a lot. It was a lot of glyphs. Yep. There used to be, I'm gonna see if I can hunt it down. There used to be, and I think I have it in a PDF format, but there used to be an isolated resource that showed you the Ptolemaic glyphs versus the roughly 700 that existed prior to. And that's a good resource to have. And I'm gonna see if I can hunt that back down. Because these are topics, these are things that we talked about a long time ago. You have to understand, back in 2016, we were dealing with that whole decipherment, Champollion, what led up to it, the hypotheses, the testing, was it confirmed, was it verified, and all these other things, how you put sound to a picture, all these different questions that was asked. That was all the way back in 2016. So, we kind of put that to rest. As the claims and as a project, we kind of been there, done that. Other than that, though, I definitely have to shut it down. I appreciate everyone for tuning in. It says, Sesh, I recommend in your YouTube description box for every video a direct link to an index of your videos by subject. Okay, Emicat, did you see that? The suggestion? Kamisha says,
Okay,
just because
yes.
Western academia repeats it doesn't make it correct. Yeah, just because somebody says anything, it goes for anybody. Just because somebody says something doesn't in and of itself make it correct. So what we try to do is confirm, verify, and put things to the test. We want to see evidence. We want to make sure that is logically sound, all these other things. And we do put it through logic tests for proofs, and then as far as evidence, demonstration beats conversation. All right. So with that, I'm going to take Zane's advice, and I'm going to say peace. I'll see y'all next time.
And this is the irony of it all, and this is the trap. The Europeans began to manipulate history when they rose and began to expand into the broader world in the 15th and the 16th century because they had to justify the slave trade, and they had to justify the colonial system that followed. And modern racism has its incubation in that period. You cannot enslave a man and say he's a human being, but he has humanity. Black people have never written any definitions of race, any definitions of what a people. They have never said that these people with these kind of traits belong here. Because modern racism had its development in the pseudo-scientific development of intellectual Europe after the 15th century, and they began to say that certain kind of people belong to certain kind of race, and they created the concept of race and racism itself.
You saying, in essence, that there's no such thing as a race?
Oh, I maintain that race is the phoniest issue ever invented by the mind of man. European invented, developed the concept of race. There's really no such thing as a race because nature created no races. Race is a man-made thing.
Could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. Black in itself is not an ethnic term. Black tells you how you look, but it don't tell you who you are. We are essentially an African people. Wherever we live on this earth, we're essentially an African people. And we relate to the millions of African people throughout the world, including the uncounted millions of Africans in Asia. The word Afro-American or African-American would probably be more appropriate and more honest and more in keeping with what we actually are. Because all of us are not positively, physically, real jet black. And so the argument now sometimes is between the supernationalists and the mild nationalists and blacker than thou. When blackness is a state of mind, a state of attitude, a state of approach to things that can exist in almost any of us, including from the blonde black person to the jet black. And the jet black can be traitors, and they can be patriarchs, they can be a whole lot of it. See, we've been everything in history from saint to buffoon. We are complete people, and we need to start looking at ourselves as a complete people. And I think that once we convinced ourselves that we're black and beautiful, we'll stop saying it and just go ahead and be black and beautiful and release a whole lot of energy for more important things.
Could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and